as valuable partners in sustainable development, have decided to go ahead and support the financial inclusion workshop funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Taiwan International Cooperation Development Fund, run through the Taiwan Technical Mission here in Belize. So today's discussion is really focusing on, the morning discussion is really focusing on supply side constraints that women entrepreneurs and women in general may, that providers in Belize may face when trying to provide the services and products that entrepreneurs need. We had a very lively discussion yesterday with our entrepreneurs here that decided to be panelists. We've heard about the barriers they face, the obstacles that they encounter when it comes to the entire business ecosystem. So services such as logistics, right? Being able to accept mobile money, being able to disperse, being able to keep track of financial records, being able to extend or expand to other markets. We know about the issues there. So the panel will focus on these issues in the morning from the perspective of providers, because again, there are very good reasons why service providers have or have not provided certain products and services. Right? On the financial service provider side, such as banks, there are regulations that they have to adhere to, regulations set by the central bank, the main regulator, regulations set by the FIU, which monitors all financial transactions for any finance-related crimes, such as money laundering or financing terrorism, right? And there are other obstacles in entrepreneurs themselves that provide services to fill those gaps in terms of the business ecosystem, for example, logistics. They themselves as entrepreneurs face obstacles, right? We know about the issues, we heard about the issues that we have in terms of governance in the country, especially as we're shifting towards e-governance. Mr. King, the panelist yesterday from the UNDP, made a really important point that e-governance is not simply automating or digitizing a form. It is really restructuring the way we think about administering services as a government to the people, right? So the government is essentially in the process of restructuring and digitizing, automating all its processes to be able to provide that kind of seamless and one button, one touch service that we're requesting as taxpayers, or that we may have experienced in other countries, right? For example, those who have traveled and have experienced the ease and the convenience with which you can move money, move products, and do things in other parts of the world. In the afternoon, we'll be talking more on the policy side. We'll be talking, okay, now that we know what the entrepreneurs are facing, and now that we've heard what the providers are facing, what are we doing to address these bottlenecks, right, on the policy side? What kind of data are we using? And if we're using data, what are the limitations of that data, right? We have an issue. I work in consulting, and every project we have that has to do with Belize, we always have a problem with data, right? Data in general, much less sex disaggregated data, right? And if we're really talking about tackling women's or gender issues such as financial inclusion for women or women's economic empowerment, we need that sex disaggregated data to know what's going on. We showed you some data yesterday that was gathered during the socioeconomic impact assessment for the MSME strategy, showing that women are actually underbanked. Women are highly informal relative to men. Why are they informal? Why are they operating informally? Why are they primarily owners of micro enterprises instead of small and medium? What's happening in the transition, right? How come we have a large proportion of men relative to women being able to be owners of small and medium enterprises, and women are kind of relegated to that micro enterprise dimension? All right. So that discussion in the afternoon will kind of tie in all that we've heard yesterday and today in the morning in the AM session, the AM panel, right? To kind of draw the curtains back and have the audience and everyone see what's happening on the policy side. We'll be talking to Beltrade. We'll be talking to our representative from the Ministry of Economic Development, right? To hear what's going on behind the scenes, right? Because I can assure you it's not only the entrepreneurs and the service providers that have identified these gaps. The government has identified these gaps, but government bureaucracy moves slow, we know that. And in the context of Belize, like Mr. King pointed out yesterday, and Ms. Irving as well from the National Women's Commission, the status quo, we're kind of far behind. We're so far behind in some respects that the near-term solutions we need are really hard to come by, right? And that's a pressing challenge for anyone to address. So great. Now I'll turn it over to Ms. Aurora Belam, analyst at PPF Capital to give the morning, the AM presentation. The Wi-Fi username and password is there if anyone wants to log on. And thank you all for coming.
Good morning, everyone. So we're on day 2. We want to talk a little bit more on some of the constraints that we face on the supply side, meaning from the institutions that are providing the products and services. But first of all, I want to start with this statement which reads, if the consumer economy had a sex, it would be. Who could finish the statement for me? Female. Why?
There's the one.
Okay.
There's the one like I'm buying, purchasing, creating to sell to other people.
Okay. Anyone else?
You know how to share and divide.
Okay.
You know they have a multiple seat so they can divide portions and share food, take care of others.
From my personal experience in our household, my mom is usually the one that's on top of things. She knows what we're gonna need. My mom will be the one that knows the brands. My dad will chip in here and there, but most of the time it's my mom that knows everything that's going on in the house. This statement comes from the book Why She Buys, the new strategy for reaching the world's most powerful consumers that was published in 2011 by Bridget Brennan. And in her book, she provides analysis and data on the global household consumption. And she states that majority of the time the decision making lies or is influenced by women. And we can see that even in the statistics. In 2020, the U.S. Women said that 90 of them said that they were involved in the spending and investment decisions in their household, which is a 42% increase from 2012. Not only that, but also 75% of the world's discretionary spending is controlled by women, which means that women are the most powerful influencers in the world. Yet we see that they're still facing a lot of barriers in being able to reach as far as men. In the book, we also see that there's another statement, another quote, which says, if the business world had a sex, it would be male, the business world. Can anyone comment on that? Why is that? Okay.
Wouldn't you think because, like, when we make the purchasing decisions for the household, that actually adds to the emotional labor of women?
Okay. Anyone else?
I mean, tying it to this business world and sex with the female, right? So, if you're carrying out that emotional labor, making the purchase decisions in addition to caregiving and everything else that is involved, wouldn't that be a reason that they would be excluded in the business world?
For example, globally, we know names like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, and if we type the richest individuals in the world, 9 of those 10 are men. And we can see that 68% of the world's wealth is controlled by men. And most of them have senior or leadership roles in companies, which makes you think, why is that even though we have the consumption power or the decision-making power, why is that men are the ones that have the most wealth in the world? And studies have even shown that men own larger businesses than women. 70% of women-owned SMEs in developing countries are either unserved or underserved. We must recognize that having women inclusion or equity is not just a moral or a social imperative, but also it will help the economy as a whole. It is estimated that the world economy could gain up to 28 trillion US dollars in the annual GDP by eliminating the global financing that exists between men and women. And something I found very interesting is that women actually generate more revenue than men in their businesses. A study that was done by PGB states that for every $1 US invested, women were able to generate 0.78 cents, while men only generated 0.31 cents. It's a huge difference. And today, women are adding up to 5 trillion US dollars to the wealth pool globally every year. So now with that brief introduction, I want to state some of the objectives of today, which are to be able to explain how social norms lead to supply streams, having a working knowledge of solutions that have been implemented to address those constraints, understand the importance of market research and data for solution design. For a little bit of context, we need to understand that some of the definitions and methodologies need to be standardized. For example, Belize cannot have their own definition of what is financial inclusion, and another country we need standardized in order to be able to compare between one another. For the demand side data, we are able to gather this information from the products or the services that we purchase. While on the supply side, they are coming from the service providers, and these is based on the transaction only, is at the end. While on the demand side is are we able to use it? It's not just about getting it, but are we able to use it? That's the data that we're using for the demand side. And both of them work complementary. In order for us to find what is that it's missing or what we need to fix, we need to use both of those data. We're able to identify 5 supply side constraints to financial inclusion. We're gonna discuss each one of them as we go along in the presentation. The first one being negative perceptions towards women entrepreneurs. And we were discussing this yesterday. Many of the times we have built in our society certain social norms that we think women should fill in comparison to men, and they do hinder in accessing or being able to be, or allowing women to be included in accessing those financial products and services. We also see that there is a lack of sex segregated data. As Mr. Ramirez mentioned, as consultants, we work with data constantly, and it's something that has become an issue in order to get those data, especially here in Belize. There needs to be an enabling environment, those policies, regulations that are in place. Low-level financial literacy. How are women knowledgeable of all the financial products or services? They know what they mean. Are we reaching the rural areas? Maybe they don't have that literacy that some may do, some may not. There's limited provision of payment services. We're gonna start with gender social norms. This was a study that was conducted in Turkey. And in this survey, they found out 4 social norms that were the strongest that kept repeating itself. The first one would be that women should not have financial privacy from their husbands. Women should not have savings of their own. Women should not have assets in their own name. Women should not own large businesses. this may or may not be true to Belize. What do you guys think?
I think for the financial privacy from their husband, I I live in a village. I live in St. Matthews, right? And I've been there for probably almost 20 years now, and it's very interesting to see like I could maybe not by name recognize like the women dropping off their children to school, like see them. I could maybe I don't know their name, but I've absolutely seen them before. But I have never seen their husband like in any of the day-to-day interactions. Um, but you know, every year, every 2 years, you see another child being dropped off. And it's like if you were to sit down and think about how much thought that woman probably has put just into the money that their husband is bringing in, I imagine there's been so many times where like you get some money, and you know that once as the money touch your hand, it don't have somewhere to go. Technically, you that's just the middle person, thing stuff. And there's still this tendency to husbands being like, I never just view like money for the kids there this week, like where the money gone, and having to do this over explanation of, oh, let me need this, and let me need this, and let me need this. But yet being so easily being able to budget that money, but yet there's this distrust with them handling the money, even though they budget it so well, they do so well handling it. I don't know. Things like this, I wish that men were here to have to contribute to the discussion, but there's also the tendency for them to want to overtake the discussion.
We constantly see machismo in some of the places, some villages. I'm from a village, and from personal experience, I could say that still does exist. And sometimes even the woman does not want any help. And, well, it's my family, you should get in. But then, are they even being educated or being told? What makes you think, as a community, what are we doing? Even us, we might have our own ideas of certain things. For example, if we're on the streets and someone gets in the wrong lane, oh, it must be a woman that's driving. We have our own set of ideas in our head, as in the woman is the bad driver. So there are little things that, as a community, we are contributing. Which makes us think, are we, as each individual, doing something or contributing to this? So we must move from these social norms. Okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to include into what she said. A lot of times it's based on tradition and a certain race, because I've observed two different races. Like the Latin culture, for example, I noticed that the men would prefer to go to work and the woman stays at home. And I have a friend of mine, her dad is the one with the company and everything, and they have a joint account and everything, but the mom always said, keep your money for your own. He doesn't need to know what is for you, because she has her own rental income. And then there's another community, a completely different culture, whereby the man is in control of everything. And he has a big company, he passed away, the wife took over everything. And so it's her and the children running the company. And within that community, it's the men that are able to speak upon whatever decisions. And I believe there was a presentation of something, but there was a woman that went up, she presented everything, and the young lady came to her and said she wished she could have been able to present on behalf of the company, because she's a female. So I think it's based on tradition and just that men that want to have that power to be seen as, okay, I am there, I'm the man, you cannot speak over. So I think just depending on the tradition.
That's true.
the
Culture.
race and the culture.
Tradition and culture play a huge role in the way they see men and women, the roles they have in the household. For example, me, I didn't have a bank account till I started working. It's not because, oh my dad didn't, but we didn't have that enough information to know about everything that was available. And now I'm the one that's helping my family. The thing that some rural areas are not being, some information are not reaching to those rural areas. So it makes you think, are these institutions thinking of those areas? And as I said, we should move from these social norms that we have created in our community. And these institutions need to recognize that they do exist. We might say, oh, we're moving forward, but there are places that do need improvement. We need to reach those places. And understand that the norms limit a woman's ability to access, use, and benefit from the financial services. Ignoring norms can limit the effectiveness and the impact of financial inclusion interventions. This is another study that was conducted by the Paradox of Gender Neutral Banking, and they found some interesting information about women. And the first one being that women have a unique relationship with time, meaning that we're time sensitive. Constantly, have a lot of responsibilities as a whole. Women usually have to take care of kids, they have their job, they need to go to take care of maybe their mom, their dad. They have a lot of responsibilities. So institutions need to keep in mind women are wanting something that is faster and not to go to the bank and have a line, wait for 2, 3 hours outside. Is that convenient for them? Women are avid consumers of information and advice. We make decisions based on the knowledge that we have. And if we don't have that knowledge, we might decide, oh, it's best not to do anything. Just stay the way we are right now. Women are calculated risk takers, striving for a balance between risk and reward. It's interesting that they found that not only they want financial, but also emotional return. Women want a long-term benefit rather than a short-term, while contrary, men are easily swayed. Women don't like pink marketing. What usually businesses do is that, oh, we want to target women, so we're gonna have everything in pink. The fonts, the advertising in pink. That's how we're gonna attract those women. But is that really an effective way to reach women? No. We might feel like, oh, they think that maybe we just care about how things look, but we want things that are effective for us. Women want to connect not only with their banks, but also to peers, potential customers and suppliers, and the wider community. They want to build relationships. When this is a section where a lot of financial institutions lack. Many of the times we feel that there's just a transactional relationship going on here, just go your thing and let's go. But in order to build loyalty with a woman, there needs to be some relationship there. Or else, oh, we're not gonna come back here. I don't feel like it's a place I want to be. There needs to be a relationship there. And these are some of the things that institutions need to take into consideration if they want to reach women. Now, addressing gender norms to increase financial inclusion. There is a market system project cycle, which starts with conducting the diagnosis. We need to analyze the financial market and see what is it that is not working. Why is it that women are not reaching out? Or if they are reaching out, why they don't stay for long? Why they don't come back? We need to create a vision. You need to be precise on what is it that you want at the end. What is that the institution is looking for? Once you have that vision, you're able to design and implement a market system that is the most efficient for you to target women. Not only that, but you must constantly be monitoring and measuring the results. Because I'm pretty sure we're not going to get everything right in the first try. We need to constantly be measuring and see what else we can do. The second constraint we mentioned was that there was a lack of data, especially sex disaggregated data. Why is that Belize has a lot of limitation when it comes to this? Maybe there is a lack of awareness. They don't see the importance of having this data. Maybe but many financial institutions think, oh well, why do we need that? But they're not taking into consideration that women, as you can see from all the data, play a huge role. They have an economic role in a country. Availability. Maybe the system that they have in place is not the most adequate, which makes you think, are they even thinking of having a system that is appropriate for us to gather data? They may think, oh, that's not our job. But it's important for every institution to think that their system that they have in place does play a role in order for them to profit from. The quality. Sometimes they do have data, but it's not necessarily the most accurate or the most, it's not specific to what they want. Utilization. Sometimes we can see that there is existing data, but the sharing between each other is very limited. If we want to target a certain problem, we have to work together. Like I said, demand data and the supply data work hand in hand. In order for us to determine the gap, we must have both of these data. So we need to have the data from the supplier and data from the demand side. The leadership. Sometimes the policies and regulations that are in place, even we can see that majority of the time male are the ones that have leadership roles in some of these institutions. Are they thinking of women? We must also have an enabling environment. As you can see from the graph, Belize is a bank-dominated country. We have credit unions, international banks, but most of its assets fall under domestic banks. We also see that there is limited microfinance options for women entrepreneurs. And these banks, they are the most dominated one, right? Are they focusing more on the urban? Are they forgetting about all those villages or rural places? How many of them have bank accounts? There's a lot of effort that needs to be done from everyone, but we see that the banks are the ones that are dominating in Belize. in order to enable an environment, products must have eligibility. Products must feature for women needs, meaning that they must be eligible for women entrepreneurs. Many of the times, these financial institutions require a lot of, for example, collateral or their way to earn their history. They want to know if you're able to pay them back. Or what if you're not keeping account of everything in your business? You don't have all your financials in place. Because sometimes we see a lot of women entrepreneurs that they're on their business, but they might not be necessarily knowledgeable of all these regulations that they need to have. You might go to a bank, but you don't have your financials. You might go to a bank, but you don't have your assets. As I mentioned before, there's a lack of women of senior management positions, which can lead to a neglect of women as target clients. Here we see the number of men versus women in as board of directors. In bank and insurance, we see that male is dominating. Only in credit unions, we see that 58.3% are female. Financial literacy. A survey that was conducted in 2021 found out that many women were not aware of all these financial terms. Surprisingly, even overdraft. We see that only 16.3% knew what venture capital is. 19.7% knew what angel investing was. 15.6 crowdfunding, 29.3 for microcredit. Which makes you think these are the tools that are essential for these women entrepreneurs, but they don't know about these. The same research found that male are more confident in approaching banks in comparison to women. How many of you would say, I am confident in reaching out and asking questions regarding X, Y, and Z? One person. Which makes me wonder why is it that women are not reaching out?
I think it depends on who answers the phone. And I've had so many experiences reaching out and the person on the other end of the line doesn't even want to communicate with me very well. Like they just want to get him off the call. And then that leads to so many things that you become a not so good experience when you create financial institution. And I think there's a lack of sometimes a lack of empathy, lack of understanding. So I've had instances where I need to update my account and I'm not going there. I tried to go, I called to make sure I had everything together to update my account, update my information. I reached there and they forgot to tell me something. Keep in mind I was in the line for about 1 hour. And when I was getting upset, I had my daughter with me, and the girl on the other end was just like, she could care less, just like, do what you need to do. Lack of empathy. And I think the financial institution really need to change their way in terms of how they approach certain things. Because, for example, now, I am very busy. I have my small business, I have my family. Weekends I have pop up. I know that some banks they open this. I think it was for a period of opening weekends for customers to come to them. I really didn't have time to do it. So it's just not.
Which is one of the things we're gonna touch on training, but also bringing back to the relationships that we want. There needs to be a global relationship, being more empathetic with the customers. We search for that. We just don't want to transact over this go. We don't want that.
Another situation too is that lack of empathy is based sometimes on lack of training and they simply don't know. Sometimes I find that people are put in positions they're just not there and then they themselves don't want to be there and then they don't have the information to impart to the public. And so when you come in, you are meeting basically a job listener and imposing on the person. We don't take our time, we don't take time in ministry training. We have a problem with actually training people. So that's another reason why the time that we take to go to a financial institution. And once you hear hiring not to then or it's in the pipeline and we're working on it and these generic statements. That's a clue right there that we're missing.
I think it's interesting that you show the difference between banks, insurance, and credit unions. Because even though I have always had my account at the bank, it's always been more difficult to even finance my business. That it was much easier. The process at the credit union was much easier, time efficient. That I could understand why they did it. It's more women are in management, so they make the process, I guess, more easier. Even engage with the loan officer, it's much easier to explain, talk, and go through that process. While at the bank, they wanted 5 years of running the business or 3 years of documentation of that processing. While I think for the credit union as a startup, they were able to, okay, if you have a business plan, you're much willing to go through that process. So I think it's interesting that they that shows the difference in management.
So we see that women representation is essential. So we need to see like higher banks and other insurance company now having more women in their board of directors. Something that they must think. So in order for us to access the financial services, some of the solutions to them are for non-financial would be training, as we discussed earlier. Most of the times, the employees are not giving the necessary trainings, and we often see that they just, this is your job, do it. But nothing is done, and nothing, no workshop or any training is being given to them. And I can say from like previous jobs, sometimes you're just put into the place and no, you studied this, you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do without giving any training at all. Which makes you wonder why is it that they're not training their employees, or they might think it's not that important. They're just the front line. But it is important for us to have workshops and trainings and be able to reach all the remote and rural areas. Also having exposure, having networking events, conferences, having female agent networks to expand women's understanding and increase confidence. Later on, we're going to discuss a case study where just having a female ambassador helped in having more women reach out. Some financial solutions would be collateral, free collateral for established businesses, bonding solutions, support cash flow-based credit assessment tools, comprehensive virtual banking services, support government efforts of digitized payments. And we see that there has been efforts, but there's still a lot of work to be done in a lot of areas concerning this. one example found in Colombia is the implementation of a collateral registry. So they saw that they were not reaching all the female entrepreneurs. So what they did is that they implemented a secure transaction law to the small entrepreneurs so that they would be able to access credit by providing movable assets, such as inventory. Because most of the times we see that women do not have land or building under their name, which made it harder for them to access credit, right? So this collateral registry enabled a lot of women entrepreneurs to access loans by having movable assets as security. We also see that in Turkey, they wanted to reach out to all the women entrepreneurs and be able to change some of the mindsets that were already embedded in the community. So what they did is a film that where ambitious women were speaking about business plans and all the struggles that they were facing, and at the end they were successful. And this film was reached 33 million people around the world. And it challenged women to listen to what they want to do instead of what the society was telling them to do. So in going back to data, we know that data is essential. Sex disaggregated data is essential in order to target women financial inclusion. We do have data. Central bank provides data for macroeconomic activity, fiscal activity, monetary aggregates, regulated institutions, real economy. But there are a lot of areas that we still lack. We don't have data by districts, which is astonishing. How can we determine what is it that's working, for example, in our drug compared to Kayo? But we don't have that data. We have limited gender disaggregated, like I said, we don't have sex disaggregated data. And quite often, sometimes it is difficult to acquire the data that is available. If you go to central bank, they might be, there is data, but you need to be searching and searching, and it's not really quite accessible as you might think. And that's it. Thank you very much. We're gonna have a 20-minute tea break right now. So you guys are free to go out and get some refreshments outside. Thank you.
Listening. All right. So I take it everyone has had a good snack, some coffee to recharge. Um, we will begin now. I'd like to invite my panelists. I'd like to invite our panelists up to the front here at the panelist table. We have Ms. Laura Raymond, Senior Relationship Officer responsible for MSMEs from the Atlantic Bank Limited. Ms. Melanie Blake, General Manager for DigiWallet Limited. Ms. Kay Menzies, President and Chief Executive Officer of Fortis Belize Limited. And Ms. Chanel Renault, Assistant General Manager, Lending Operations from DMC.
Thank you all, first of all, for being here. I'd like to point out the obvious fact that our panel is entirely composed of women. It's across the country, dealing with financial technology, dealing with logistics, dealing with lending, etc. So that's really great to have you guys here. Again, today's discussion will be much like yesterday's, an open discussion. We hope if you have questions, feel free to ask a question to the panelists. We also will have a Q&A at the end. The objective here is to have an open dialogue, just like we did yesterday. Hearing some of the input from the audience members and to hear, responses and insight from these service providers seated here. We heard from entrepreneurs, for example, yesterday about some of the challenges they face, and we know from yesterday that it's a massive business ecosystem, right? Acquiring capital is one thing, but then you have logistics, then you have sending and receiving payment, then you have customer relationship management, right? And we're here to listen from key service providers today in the business ecosystem about what's going on behind the scenes to address some of these shortcomings, these obstacles that women entrepreneurs face in Belize, and what are the ways moving forward. I guess we could begin. Ms. Menzies, I believe you'd have been just as comfortable on yesterday's panel about women entrepreneurs, but your role as founder of Belizean, co-founder of Belizean, is really interesting because you are providing that key logistical service that most women entrepreneurs need. We heard yesterday that there are differences in how people buy across districts, and that sending products out there is an issue for women entrepreneurs. So a little background on Belizean and how you guys are filling that gap, and especially how you guys are using technology, which is important to fill that gap.
Hi. I think, well, one of the things that we realized when we started Belizean as an e-commerce site, just as that, and as we went along and we interacted with all the entrepreneurs that were on the site, we realized one of the big problems is moving products. Now you get into business, and the natural growth of business is you deal with the people you know, you deal in your neighborhood, you deal in areas you can reach nearby, and then you want to grow. So you want to get further out in the city, but then citywide isn't big enough, and you want to go nationwide, and ultimately we want to go to export, right? So what we did was we realized that what we were sitting on was the potential for an ecosystem to help entrepreneurs. And we invested in a truck fleet with the idea that we would connect entrepreneurs. Now, when you're borrowing from your financial institution or your family member or whoever your financial resource is, you want to minimize how much you're borrowing, or you want to make sure that the capital you're borrowing is going mostly to your core business. And one of the things that we figured out was, if you're going to have to buy a truck to move your goods to Cairo, that's going to be a problem not just for the initial purchase of the truck, but because you have to pay a driver, insure the truck, maintain the truck, fuel up the truck, And you may have, in any given week, you have some small orders, then you have some big orders, and it's not constant. And then you're running to deliver, but you're coming back empty, so you wasted half your fuel. And we realized we were in a position as we pulled together a network of vendors from across the country, if we could connect all these businesses with each other, so that I'm picking up from, I'm delivering sangria mia from Belize City, but when I get to Cayo, I'm bringing back pepper sauce or whatever the products are. I'm saving money for everybody. I can do a more economical run because I'm filling the truck with multiple suppliers' products, and pass that cost, that savings, cost savings on to the entrepreneur. That means that instead of paying for an entire truck, which may or may not run full, you're paying just for the freight that you deliver. You're getting your products more and more into the store, and you're not adding cost to those products, which means you can keep your price as competitive as you can make it from other influences. So our view was that, and I was discussing this with Amira in the audience earlier, we have to find the proper terminology, but we see ourselves as connecting the entire network of entrepreneurs if we're doing our job right and making everybody's lives not just easier, but more efficient, more economic.
Great. That's great to hear, and that's exactly the kind of resources that women entrepreneurs from our conversation yesterday need. Mr. Noso, here's a key player in logistics providing this service. We heard from entrepreneurs yesterday that one of the issues when going to try to get capital that they so often need is some apprehension. Naturally, you're taking on a massive liability, right? And that given these gaps in logistics, being able to move products, there's some hesitancy in will I be able to meet my debt service. What's the DFC as the only development bank in Belize? What kind of products do you have going on that can help women that leverage technologies such as Belizean to access the capital they need to expand?
Well, DFC currently has a number of products ongoing that. Can everybody hear me? Yes? Okay. DFC has a number of products that is ongoing that can help entrepreneurs, particularly women. We are, as Belize's only development bank, we are the only bank, I believe, that actually has a general policy that defines that. And what we have created is our empowered business loans, which is particularly focused on women and youth. That product and all information is on our website. You can easily, I'll tell you all about it, but of course I just want you all to know that if you check our website, there's details that will give you information if you want to be applied to more branches. I'm selling here, by the way. Separate and apart from that, what this product was geared towards was to ensure that we close the gap in terms of financing for women and particularly entrepreneurs, because as you can see based on the statistics presented, that women are not open, women might not be knowledgeable of what they need to borrow or find it sometimes hard to borrow. The banks and institutions tend to give us a lot of hard time going wrong, and the comfort level is not there. So what DFC had done is to create a product that is tailored towards that. It allows you to borrow a minimum of $5,000 and a maximum of, let's say, $75,000 to help you to start up your business or to help you strengthen your business in terms of operational working capital needs that you may have. Now, I can tell you as a lending institution, while it might seem simple, it's not necessarily that simple because we have challenges with information gaps in terms of having proper financial information, proper business plan. In presenting what you want to the institution, we find that individuals would have an idea, but they would come to DFC and want us to help them to finalize it or to make it happen. You may have that idea, DFC has the finance, but it is the bank's responsibility to make it happen, the bank's responsibility to present that idea or sell that idea to us in a sense to ensure and show us that it can work. For example, if you look at many of the districts, you'll see that monthly they tend to have small business fairs or so, and a lot of small business or entrepreneurs are here. Some of them are women. These type of individuals who already have an idea, who are already executing, and might just want to expand, like Ms. Menzies said, export possibly. These are the people that need to come into our institutions to see what can we do to help you grow your business. But we have partnered and we have a memorandum of understanding with Bell Trade. I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but what Bell Trade does DFC and we support by way of the financing. So that's the way that it works. Right now, I will tell you that DFC is working along with the IDP because we have a lot of funds to lend. The NSME product, it's a must and it must be grown and it's at a national strategy level because this is mandated by government. They're saying, you know what, we need more businesses, we need to increase small business, and of this, we want to 40 to 45% must be women-led businesses. So we have a mandate as a country, and we at DFC has it as an organization to actually ensure that we are increasing the loans in this area. Now, what is important is for us to tailor the right products so that women, youths are welcome and feel that they can make this thing happen. So we started with our report business one, and I can tell you that next week we have a consultant from IDP coming here particularly to work with the DFC for us to do some feasibility study, and that will be done on part 2 and speak to some focus groups. We have some women lined up that are going to have businesses for them to explain to us how did we make it happen so that we can come up with additional products and services to actually complement what we already have so that we make it a little more simplified for people to come in and apply. Right? So I can tell you on a national level that here in Belize we do have plans to see how we can ensure that loans, particularly to women and youths, are increased. Right now, if you look at people coming in for student loan at the DFC, 70% of them are women. That's the ratio that we have, 70-30. So women, it is shifting in the sense that women are now open to not just only being the mothers or nurturers or homemakers, but they're realizing that, you know what, I can do both. I can do and get my education, I can work, and I can take care of my family. Now where DFC comes in is that, you know what, let's take that idea from paper into actually having real communities.
Thanks so much, Mr. Ron. I'll follow up with some questions specific about the women's-led product in a bit, the woman-centered product in a bit. But you bring up a good point, and I want to touch on it with this Raymond, the fact that there is this issue sometimes, especially with micro and MSMEs, regardless of women or men. We've heard yesterday that sometimes women-led MSMEs find it harder, but that financial information, that record keeping, that because we know, like I said yesterday, banks have very good reasons for not lending, right? They have regulations they have to abide by, they have internal risk management controls they have to abide by. Ms. Raymond, from a finance provider viewpoint, you guys work actively with MSMEs and are kind of helping them address those gaps in financial record keeping that they need to be able to show to our finance provider to access capital. So could you tell us about how the bank is helping MSMEs and entrepreneurs to address those shortcomings?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes, good morning. Yes, Atlantic Bank, thanks for giving us the opportunity here. Atlantic Bank has always been in support of small business, but since everyone is increasing their focus, as you guys get it, it's a government, it's a effort by government, the trade, everyone is getting on board, right? We are realizing and recognizing that our economy, I think 70%, if I'm not mistaken, our economy is comprised of MSMEs, small businesses, be it led by men or women, young people. We're seeing a huge mix, just as concerned from DFC point out. Yes, there's a great mix. Since the inception of COVID, we started to see that there were many businesses, speaking women, operated from home. You know, we tried to focus and capitalize on what COVID brought on that as it was. We're doing great things. It started with helping women, young people, men, anybody who has a micro business, to try to formalize businesses, try to understand what are the limitations that we have as banks, as we were talking. Although we know that these small businesses have proper, for example, record keeping sales. I think I was talking to Ms. Ria yesterday, but the issues that they have is that they don't have these numbers compiled properly, profit and loss and balance sheet, the way it should be. So we reached out, we have gone the extra mile to train our officers, because that's a big thing. Someone
interventions were done in the
Correct.
announced recently by the government.
Yes, so those are all steps that you need to take before qualifying for loans, right? And so that's very, very important. But again, Atlantic Bank is taking a very active role. We have created a package especially for MSMEs. And again, you go to our website, you will see what I can tell you here. It started in COVID. Because COVID really broke a lot of businesses. We made it very flexible. We're getting to packages ranging from loans starting at 10,000 up to a million. Flexible rates, flexible terms, grace period. I know a lot of us here need grace period before you're able to pay. And we have had quite a few successful applicants, right, that came this fall. And again, it's a hand-holding effort. It's not just a regular, you walk into a bank and you like that. It's simply from that this person that asking that business plan, asking for collateral. I have heard many of you talk about being able to access finance and people have collateral. Well, let me tell you, collateral is a comfort for all banks, being developmental or commercial. What we want to ensure is that you have a working plan, that you have a successful business, and that you're able to pay. That way, we have no need to even think about the collateral, right? And so basically, that's it. We're seeing the increased effort. We're trying to be as flexible and create products that are suitable for you all. We very soon will have many products that will be very beneficial to entrepreneurs and SMEs to be able to collect through the e-wallets. We're working on that. We have enhancements already available and we're trying to make better.
That's great to hear. And so now we're hearing about the fact that capital providers have to have themselves notice these shortcomings and are working with stakeholders like the SBDC, Trade, and others to help the training. Ms. Blake, you now provide another. So if we have the capital picture here, we have another essential service which is logistics and connecting, networking, connecting consumers to entrepreneurs. Now your platform provides the means by which people can, first of all, the platform that increases financial inclusion, rural or urban, and allows entrepreneurs to be able to transact with the consumers and to be able to keep the record of what they're making in terms of sales, to be able to include them in a business plan, for example, to submit to a bank. So tell us about the platform, what has been the uptake, and what are some of the features that are particularly attractive for entrepreneurs?
All right. Mic's working. All right. Good morning, everyone. Again, it's a pleasure to be here. So just to tell you guys a bit more about the Wallet. Now, the Wallet has been birthed from BTL, which is Belizean Media Limited. Most people know it as Digi. So for us, this was actually stepping out of our comfort zone because we are a technology company. We're not a financial institution. So just want to correct that. We are a mobile payment service provider. So we're not going to be lending out loans. No. We're just offering consumers another option in which you can conduct your financial services. One of the pillars driving Digi Wallet, which we launched last year, March. So we're approaching our 1-year anniversary next month, which we're very excited about. But one of the things that had us look in this direction was simply, COVID. You know, it did a lot of, a lot of people were displaced. You know, we heard testimonials yesterday with someone saying that, losing their job, having to think about an idea just to sustain their livelihood. Likewise, corporations were affected. So it pushed us into the direction to expand outside of our traditional products and services. So we know with the whole COVID, social distancing, the new norm, not being able to be among your family and friends, and all of that was changed in a matter of seconds. And it's like these businesses also had shock. I know we don't use the hurricane and we could plan for that, but I mean, imagine having to face a pandemic. I mean, I knew of this in studies when I was going to school. So definitely on the corporate side of things, we also had to reinvent ourselves. So moving into the fintech, which is financial technology, because again, we are a technology company. So we moved into this, we did our research, This was very extensive research. It was not an easy task launching an e-wallet in Belize, simply because of a lot of factors, regulatory policies. There's so many things, and we're working towards that. So Digital Wallet is a mobile payment system platform that allows you to conduct financial transactions via your mobile device. One of the things with our wallet is that you don't need internet to use it. So for small businesses, I know we're talking about women financial inclusion. When we capture information on our customers, we gotta know our customers. We have to make sure we do due diligence to ensure that, there's no money laundering. These things do exist. We have to also look into safety, trust. I know we spoke about this yesterday. Putting money into your digital wallet, I need to know that I can trust digital wallet. Is my money going to be safe? Is someone going to hack? So these are all things that you have to think about when you're looking at a new product. So there's a whole lot of things outside of a business case and making sure that it's profitable. You got to do your marketing. You got to do, many things. But we're very excited to celebrate our 1-year anniversary. We have mobile products that we offer through the app. So it's an app that allows you to conduct services for yourself or services for others. So if my mom isn't, she's not working anymore and I want to pay her bill, I can pay the bill through the app. It also gives businesses a new way to innovate. So if I'm in Kaya and I don't want to get up on a Sunday to go to Pops to have their breakfast, hey, I can order, pay with digital wallet, and they deliver to your home. So it gives business another way how you can expand outreach to customers. Because, they would say convenience is the new customer loyalty. People want convenience. Standing in long lines at the ATM, having to wait or calling someone and they're turning you around. So we gotta innovate ourselves. And moving into this space, we're very excited to offer another option for customers. I think competition is good. It's healthy. It keeps fair balance in the society, ensuring that customers get the best value, ensuring that you know what it is, you have different options. So we've been working with a lot of merchants as well. Digital Wallet, at first, it started slow. We have close to about 15,000 registered subscribers. We have been working with merchants, businesses as well, and we have about, some 900 businesses so far. We've been doing online connections, so you could buy through the Transand app, and you can pay with digital wallet, or you could download the digital wallet app and pay for your food. So there are many businesses that we work with. We work with some in the audience. We work with some future stakeholders. We also partner with Atlantic Bank, and I think this is where the corporations need to join forces, because at the end of the day, it's helping out the community. So we've also worked alongside with Atlantic Bank, where we're able to allow customers to cash in via their Atlantic Online Pay. So we're very excited, and we're willing to work with all of the financial institutions so that we can continue to expand financial access. For us, one of the studies that we did, and PPF was one of the consultants that we worked with, we take things for granted. When you go into these rural areas, these people don't have access to an ATM machine. They don't have access to the very basic things that would allow them to carry out their day-to-day activities. So that's Digital Wallet. We're very excited. There's so many things that we have in the pipeline that we're going to be introducing.
Thank you so much for that. And I'm glad you all touched on something very important. Crisis brings opportunity. The pandemic surely brought about all of a sudden now e-governance is a thing. We realize that not only do we have to do it, but we can do it. So this is an open question to anyone who wants to take it on. That opportunity is great, but it's very hard to capitalize on that opportunity if you don't have data, for example. So how much of a concern is data limitation when you guys try to design products and services? And to what extent at all is disaggregated data used? Is that difficult to come by? What has your experience been in that regard? Anyone?
All right, I guess I could start. Data, I'm a champion for having data. We could always feel could feel this way today and we could feel the next way tomorrow. But once you have the data, it gives you the information that you need so that you can make better decisions. When you register, whether it's a service from retail or a service from Digital Wallet, we would ask consumers basic information. Your name, your number, date of birth. So this information is what we use to understand the type of customers that are using our services. But one of the challenges that we do have when it comes to data is something as simple as a street name. Where you live? Well, in a landing. What about the landing? A landing. You know, so it does, the information at times can be skewed. And, you know, they're just human errors as well. So like if you have a database where you have to enter the date, the month, the year, and then somebody put the month, the date, the year, just basic things like that would skew information. But when it comes to the data, that's where we see challenging, and also the instruments that you use to execute to get information is very limited in Belize. So if I want to run a customer satisfaction survey, I probably need to have people at my storefront doing this. I can send out an SMS blast. You know, the likelihood of somebody replying to that and say, "Oh my God, did you again?" It's like, you know, it's very limited getting the data. I think the data exists, you know, but it's like, it's all over the place. I think someone mentioned it earlier. Data exists, but where can you find the data? Where can you find the meaningful data? So those are just some of the things that we struggle with, but we do work with SIB in terms of gathering data, and we do use secondary information if we don't have it internally in-house.
I would jump in and say that for us, inherently with what we do collect a certain amount of data. We have to know our customers well. So we manage to collect data on behalf of our vendors to where we can say, listen, on the food delivery side, for example, we can tell a restaurant, you know what, big pizza day on Thursday, so maybe you should offer some specials, because mostly people, when they order food, they're looking at pizzas on Thursdays and wings on Fridays, that kind of thing. And that's where it's useful to be able to be in the business we're in, but we're collecting data from scratch. Now, where we found difficulties is, for example, looking for financing in the way that we're dealing. Now, for example, financial institutions don't know an entity like us. Actually, it's funny because when we applied for our trade license, the municipality didn't know what to do with us. What kind of business you want? Where space you occupy? Well, I occupy this laptop. So, you know, on the side of saying being able to develop a universal potential customers. Let's say you go to we're talking financial inclusion here. Going to a financial institution with a business plan where, in as detailed as possible way, because you're a brand new entity in a brand new industry, you have to be trustworthy. So a lot of it is who you know, but a lot of it also is, okay, how many businesses do you think you're going to deal with? Well, I go to SIB, I go to the Chamber of Commerce, I go wherever I can to get data and try and pull it together, but it's not going to be pinpoint accurate. Then I say, all right, this is the potential for small, medium, large, etc., etc. But to really drill down to accurate data requires doing market research, market surveys, which is difficult for businesses at the MSME level. When we're starting out, when we're shoestringing it, when we're just trying to figure out how to provide a service, spending money on market research is a heck of a thing to think about. So, you know, resources for that are really important. The other thing is, and I hate to fill out surveys. I cannot tell you just how much I cringe. And Yorshua is sitting in the audience from the chamber, and she knows, she gets that response. But submitting the data when you're asked for it is leading to value in return to you. Because as businesses, the more data you have, the more you can plan and pinpoint how you're going to carry out your strategy. But in Belize, as Melanie says, we can't even say I live at 100 in street and have it show up on Google, because in street itself might not even show up on Google, much less number 100. And so actually, technically at my house, I live at 3 different addresses because 3 different utilities have 3 different numbers. Anyway, But yeah, the idea of data is critical, and that's one of the things that's driving small business in other countries ahead leaps and bounds is the ability to access data. We have got to stop guarding data like if it's gold, and we have to start sharing it to build the wealth. Because a lot of the time when you're talking to entities, they're, oh, I can't tell you that. I can't give you that data. And it exists.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to release it. And as a result, guess what? It really has no value. It has no value unless you aggregate it into something that is useful to everybody. So even if you want to release it as a database on subscription level for a small price or something like that, it's better than me having to go out and spend money on market research. But it does help because we're all trying to make business easier for each other, and data at this stage is critical to that.
That is Ms. Blake and then Ms. Raymond. Ms. Raymond.
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more thing, right? So we understand lack of not getting data, but one of the things that we were very fortunate to have done, we have worked with two partners, the UNICEF for Women and Families. So we've been partnering with them since December to do cash disbursement to migrant communities in the South and in the West. And it's very, having a phone, everybody, this day and age have a phone. Whether you have a basic phone or you have an intelligent phone, everybody have access to a phone. So we have been working with the UNICEF so we can distribute cash to these families. And we've definitely seen, going into these communities, speaking with these families, explaining to them the importance of, financial access and being a part of the financial industry. That has been very, very good so far. We've also partnered with the Ministry of Human Development, and we are going to be working very soon with the Ministry of Food Security and Enterprise. So what they want to do is cash disbursement as well for those farmers that were affected by the Hurricane Lisa. So they want to be able to distribute cash. But one of the good things with using the platform, because when you give people cash, you can't really say, where you use this cash back. Your family send you money for states, you tell them you want to pay your picnic tuition, and then you take that money and go do something else with that. But using our platform, it allows these stakeholders to have the visibility of the amount of money that was dispersed, how many stayed, how many of them paid a utility bill, how many of them went to the local community to purchase their very basic food essentials. So it is giving that kind of insight to these NGOs that do receive these kind of funding to know and understand what are the needs, what are the real needs. And we're very pleased to be seeing some of the data coming out of these cash distributions where we're able to not hold this at the Wallet Limited. We're able to share this with our partners so that they can understand, the needs and where people need it the most. So I just wanted to share some of that.
Ms. Renaud? Ms. Renaud. You have something to
Yes, sorry. As a financial institution, I can tell you that data is very important. Even in creating new products and services you need, and in marketing, you need to know who you want to sell this product to, and what type of product. A product that would run with, that people would run with in the city is not the same product that somebody in PG would run with. Not to say it's just a different community, it's just a different culture. I can tell you that we don't have data, and what Ms. Nelson said was a mouthful. There is a need for a national database. You find that the information is available, but every time we need to do something, we need to go to different places, which takes a lot of time. I need to go to town council, I need to go to city council because they have certain data. Social Security is very guarded with their data, and they actually have the biggest data for the entire country. So having a national database, and utilities can provide us with certain demographics data, the phone companies, but there is no correlation at a national level. Everybody is trying to guard the information, and ultimately what is achieved? Nothing. Because we can do so much as a country. We're trying to push MSMEs to another level. Then let us know what are we looking at. How much SMEs can we realistically bring? What is our population at this point in time? Does anybody know? What is the population as it pertains to male or female? What is the age range? We have data, but it's outdated. However, with the era of technology and our phones, these information can be relevant to each one of us in this room. And it can be try to understand because there is a cost of maintaining data. But the importance is getting the information so that we can use the information because it is not useful. But outdated information is not useful either. Most of the time I can tell you, when we are pulling information, it is outdated information. But we try to use that data in order to create something current, which is, to me, it is difficult because, like Melanie rightfully said, consumer taste change, consumer behavior change, and it is dictated by a number of factors. It could be a natural disaster that changes it, or it changes a lot of way of how we do business. And our mindset, as we become more mature and educated as individuals, our taste change. But if we don't have the information to readily access and to readily analyze and put it into something that we can use a product or a service, then it is of no use.
No, that's a good point. Luckily, I'm not a panelist because I will speak all day about this as a consultant. Yeah, you find, I mean, you hired by clients to do something and you need data and they say, well, where's the data? You find some of your strategy or policy from 2011. First of all, the strategy even hasn't been updated. And that strategy itself used data that was only available from 2007. And it's a massive issue in the data sharing and coordination. Something like a national database would be brilliant. That would take a lot of resources, but that's the kind of direction we need to move in. And you have something to add on the data side, Mr. Moore?
We have, again, created a special application form for MSPs to highlight not only information of gender, but other types of like environmental, social, legal, other, and very important for the industry information, what areas are people focusing on more, right? What type of businesses, so that it gives us an idea of how we need to move, where our business need to increase, and the type of help and products that we need to design to be able to reach and meet those needs.
Yeah, no, this is a great discussion on the data point. This is something we're going to talk about all day. But we also have structural barriers, right? Ms. Menzies mentioned the trade license regime. I'm sure the chamber, Ms. Natus, we may speak about that later. That has been a very contentious issue for the past 10 or so years. The need to update or revise the trade license regime, because if you don't even have the class or category of business, for example, that Belizean is in, then it's not a signal that they're doing something wrong. It's a signal that you're outdated, right? But what are some of the structural constraints? With the banks have to deal with central bank. I don't think central bank is here, so you have free reign. FIU. Sure, go ahead.
I noticed that the women they work at institutions that are countrywide. I know from experience that when you work at a place, you can go to one place, they give you one information, you go to another place for the same thing, and you get a different information. How do you see us, you are trying to minimize that frustration at an MSP level? Because, like, what you know, each municipality believes when they do business, you have a different culture. Belizean is a totally different animal in doing business from the entire country. Right? So I have a thing for Ms. Raymond, because Atlantic Bank, as good as it is, you go into Belizean branch, you apply for certain things, you get a list, you compare with that list, and you go back, and they say, okay. Before you even get to the next list, they say this is okay. And then you don't hear anything. And then you go back. And then they tell you, oh, that person will deal with you. I said, but I dealt with mistake. No. Same thing. Mistake of the phone. And calls the reason. Now, not the colleague that dealt with that gave you the initial information that you have already submitted. That new person picks up the phone and calls whoever he believes it is, and that person believes it is anyways. The manager does not know, the colleague does not know, and so you then make an appointment to see the manager because you need to tell that manager, this cannot happen. It must not happen. Right? So how do you minimize it? Because you're dealing with businesses.
Yes.
And time is money. And to tell somebody nowadays, I try calling but I don't get you.
But that is another issue, right? Again, we would like everybody to be on board and, to use what they have been trained to do. Obviously, we will have gaps like that, like every business, because I love things to be perfect. It's just hearing things like these from the public that we're able to fix it. As it pertains to the MSME, again, we said it's a new thing. We're trying to tap into that market, right? And
But the information
yes,
is
yes. That again, that's another issue. And like I said, we've been addressing cases like that. It happens in every business, and I'm really sorry that has been your experience. But as time goes by and if those complaints increase, as we get them, we deal with them, right? And I can only hope. I wish we had a new camera to be able to zoom in with every employee to ensure that they're doing what they have been trained to do. But it's difficult. But believe you me, work gets up. That is a common practice. I mean, the bank has to find its way to deal with that because that's ultimately going to affect our business. But it's hard. It's a case by case thing. And as I said, if it is alone, if you're talking about it, because
actually opening an account.
okay, when that as well, even for small businesses, right? It's exactly what we're talking about. Even for the staff, I mean, if you want to open a business, there are regulations, some need to license, some don't. Your business needs to be registered. We have, for example, with the new thing, the online sales, everybody is selling things online. It's a thing when you come because we're trying to understand, just like I guess the challenge that you're trying to understand that this is a new era of doing business, this is a new way of doing business. Let's say you're selling stuff online, we need to make sure we know exactly what you're selling, because then we can call it about the central amplify you many things. So it's new to you, the business people. Some of it is new to our staff, and we're all working to. And at the same time, we would like to lobby for some of those requirements to be streamlined a bit, but it's work in progress. And I know it can be frustrating for the public as well as for the workers.
But I understand what you're saying, but it's not a case of something that being readily accessible for you to determine.
It's more of a customer service issues. That's our work.
I also think you touched on a very important topic here, and it goes hand in hand with data sharing. We have to find a way to share the load, share the burden, so that Atlantic Bank doesn't have to do every aspect of data gathering. So if anyone has lived in the US, I was fortunate to live in the US for an extended period of time when I was doing school. The credit card companies get data from the credit reporting bureaus. They get your address data from the USPS, and they mail you the credit card out. Say, we think you're great for this credit card, get it. Right? But it's different players collecting the data that they want to collect because it's in their best interest, it's according to their business line. And everyone pulled into this massive data resource, and then all the credit card company has to focus on is providing credit cards to those who they think are fit to receive a credit card. And that's a very important issue that goes hand in hand with data sharing. Ms. Menzies, you had something?
Well, I was going to agree with you, Juan. I think one of the things that we've talked about for years and just talked and not done is to come up with that same, well, in the case of a national ID. Now, in the US, you hand over your social security number and your goal. Here, your social security ID is rapidly becoming your national ID, but as Ms. Renaud said, this is not the database that people can access. So it's not functioning fully through the system as a national ID. Now, what really should happen is that we have a national ID where I go, I hand that over to the banker, and I'm an open book. They see that I'm registered as this kind of driver. I've been banking one way or another for 20 years, all the way through. Now, what I find, and I'm not going to pile on, I'm gonna do this. Anonymous bank number one. That problem is universal, like you mentioned. I've seen it for large businesses. I've seen it for small businesses. My day job encountered it the other day with a bank. That you go there, you provide a list of documents for a purpose, and this one's been in business for nearly 30 years. You provide a list of documents requested for a purpose. Now, this is the list of documents. That should be it. I've done everything. I've provided everything you asked for. And then several days later, you don't hear anything. You go back and they say, oh, I need 3 more documents. And that's the thing. You know, it's the simple act of, okay, I understand I'm going to be paperwork to death, but do it to me once.
Yes.
Make that paper cup one paper cup. But the idea is that if we're going to make this painless, but allow the banks to fulfill their know your customer requirements for money laundering and all those kinds of. Remember, we're a tiny nation on the scrutiny from a bunch of large ones. If we're going to meet in the middle somewhere, it means that bank 1, 2, 3, and 4 all have to have access to that same information, but then and then apply it universally. So KNN's information ends up in Atlantic Bank's database. If I go to anything with the bank, that would then come up. So I'm investing in a business called Belizean. I'm working for another business, etc., etc. But my central ID information is in their database and accessible and not needing to be asked for 2 times. So it's that kind of, if we take the customer service approach to the flow, then we can fulfill the know your customer requirements without that kind of pain that you're experiencing. And I think that's where government has to come in, central bank has to come in. All parties have to be at the table and agree that the customer, if the customer, in this case a business, isn't able to move ahead rapidly, we are holding ourselves back as an economy. I would love to see data that shows how many GDP points we're losing by not enabling these processes to go through quickly and smoothly.
Yeah, and hence the bank doesn't get this money because you can't open the account to deposit money.
Correct.
Right. Well, that's so true.
That's wrong. Certainly look into it. Yes.
For example, I've had personal experience with this when I actually do independent consulting with a firm out in the US. They would wire money in, and the bank would call for the first 2 or 3. Say, what's the purpose? Here's an invoice. They call me like invoice 30. I said, this is invoice 30, you know. You must know that it's the same firm sending because I do this kind of work. And it's because of that lack of data sharing and that lack of even within units, departments, within an institution. Some of these institutions are so large that you kind of lose that kind of cohesion. But I was going to get into the next question, which is, what are some of the structural barriers you guys face in the financial system? Safe space. I don't think there are any regulators around. What are some things that could help you guys? We know that Ms. K brought up a good point. We're often scrutinized not from the perspective of, not based on our economy in terms of size and what we can do, but we're scrutinized based on what large advanced countries think we should do, right? As to their requirements. What are some of these structural barriers you guys continue to face in designing products and services? Because like you said, you come up mobile wallet. Oh, what you need this? They'll throw the rule book at when you come up with an innovative financial product or service. Even something like Belizean will say, well, all of a sudden you need to collect this kind of data, and if you don't do this, then we can't give you the license to operate, etc. What are some of those barriers?
Well, for us, being a mobile payment service provider, first, we are regulated as a financial institution. So again, the policies and the legislations needs to be updated. We have no interest in giving out loans or anything of that sort. We're just simply facilitating your financial transactions. So we talk about, the small and medium enterprise businesses. One of the challenges that we have being a mobile payment service provider is a couple of things. We have people in this country that doesn't have a proper ID. They're here on Amnesty or some of these programs. And once you're doing business with someone, we need to know who you are. So that's a challenge, and working alongside with different stakeholders like UNICEF and the different ministries It's allowing us to have that conversation, come up with what could be the quick wins. Because I think sometimes we hold ourselves back, having to come up with a policy and it has to go through A, B, C, D, E before you implement something. And I know yesterday in the session we talked about having these nice policies, but there's no execution. So I think what we need to do as a country sometimes is understand where the quick wins are. What can we do? Being also in the fintech space, when we look at the small business, some of these businesses are operating without a trade license, but we can't onboard them on our wallet because they're not legally operating. So, I mean, if you come in and you want to apply for a digital wallet, and I have I don't know, my soap company, but it's not registered, then I'm not able to give you the service to help you empower and make better financial decisions. So it's like I'm keeping you in the informal, we're saying we want to help and put you in the formal economy, but hey, we keep on there. So one of the things that we've been doing is that we've been working along with the different stakeholders, such as the central bank. They have a national task force where they're going to bring all the financial institutions, and we are looking at the different legislation and the policies that will help us to refine some of these things. Technology is growing rapidly. You have what is called artificial intelligence. If you want to know how to do a press release, but you're not a PR person, AI is there. If you want to know how exactly ChatGPT, exactly, this is the way of the future, and we need to get. I don't want to get with it, but yes, we need to adapt ourselves. We need to innovate. COVID had the schools up in an uproar. The kids hold back for 2 years, because they weren't able to go to school. But now we got hybrid learning. These kids are learning with technologies, using the tools that they're gonna need when they enter the workforce. A lot of us go to school and we get the theory part of it, going out there, we don't know how to use PowerPoint. We don't know how to use certain things that we can apply. So just going back to the mobile payment platform, that's one of our biggest struggles, the documentation that you would need to provide. If you don't have a bank account with a financial institution, why do I need to get your financial information? And these are the things that are holding us back. We talk about, expanding financial access, especially to those who need it in the rural areas. But then yet, on the still penalize the people if you don't have ABC. So these are the things that we are pressing the stakeholders like the central bank and the different stakeholders to come together. What can we do so that we can, financial inclusion for everyone? It doesn't matter your age, your race. There's a lot of reasons when we did our market research why persons don't bank at a financial institution. If they make minimum wage, why I will put my money in a bank? Access, we talked about access yesterday. Having to come away from Jericho just to come into the city to deposit $100. People have to pay to get there, the hours they have to get up. So we are pressing and bringing the stakeholders that can come to make a difference, so that we can continue. Because in order to improve the economy, financial literacy is important, very, very important. In no matter if it sells Creole bread, in no matter if it sells shampoo, at the end of the day, we have to empower each other so that we can be financially literate. So when we go to the bank, we know what kind of money we want, we know what kind of interest we need to negotiate.
That's such a good point, Ms. Renaud. I think you got anything to add here on this point?
I have a lot of things to add. Yeah, because I can speak as I used to be at the Belizean as a manager for 8.5 years, so I know about the challenges as a banking institution and similarly what clients would go through. It is very difficult and it has to do with customer servicing, but it does have a lot to do with the policies and procedures that the banks have. Not only touch on some key things, we're saying we want you in the financial institution, we want you to register a business, we want to see the transactions that you have in order to give you a loan. However, if I have to go in a line and I have to wait so long to even open an account and I have to go through all the challenges that this bank is going through for that, doesn't make sense. The banks are not easily accessible. And when I do deposit my money, you will ask me 30 times about it. We have a problem. But I can tell you from my knowledge and working in a banking institution for 19 years, it starts at the central bank level. There are certain things that is within policy that banks cannot avoid. One of the biggest situation or issues affecting the banks right now, and I can tell you, is money laundering or AML policy. That is a challenge in itself. But that is not sanctioned necessarily only by Belize. The challenge is that Belize is afraid to be blacklisted. We need correspondent banks who are business with the majority exporting. Because of that, the correspondent bank, and I can tell you from a Belize bank standpoint, that they impose what they want to see in the bank regulation. I want to see your policy, I want to see what you're asking or what you know about your clientele. If it is inadequate, they will tell you that I need you to update your policy and start to request this information from client. Then what do? We comply because we need their services. I believe that at a national level, we need to strengthen our institution collectively. If the central bank, I don't believe an external entity should be asking a bank in Belize for more information that the central bank is asking, because that is what is happening today. These external correspondent banks is telling the banks in Belize that we need you to comply with these and we execute it because we need their service. But the central bank is no way in that. Their policy and what they're requiring is two different things. So that is a big challenge, and that is why customers go through what they go through, but they don't know. They don't know the reason. And I agree. Why do we have a social security card and an ID that every single way I do, I need to give you a copy? Everybody got a picture of my face. If I go to a cable company to get a service, I need that. If I go to this, every single place asking for it. If I go to pick up money that belongs to me, I need that. Look, I'm the same person, and I go to that place more than one time and they require the same ID. And if I don't have the ID, if it expired, they will tell me, please send an updated one, like you're like
I think the best one, not to cut you off, the best one is the sign you love and see social security card required. You could bring driver's license or bring a passport too.
They're missing the point because that ID is to say, okay, I am who I am.
Yeah.
Whether it's expired or not, I still remain Shana or not. It did not change.
Yeah.
My social security number did not change. And I had an incident at a bank where we went to withdraw. My ID was expired, I didn't know. And they looked at me and they told me, what, Mr. No, I need you to go and get your ID. I looked at that person and said, excuse me. I said, I waited an hour.
Yeah.
I will not go. I said, call so and so. I'm certain they know who I am. And upon them calling, they said, okay, it's a go. But please ensure you have your ID. I just rolled my eyes because it doesn't make sense, the requirements. But what I'm saying on a whole is that each individual business, and I will speak for DFC because I come from a central bank background where things have to be a little more efficient, into a state-owned per se entity. And you can see the challenges in terms of ensuring that each branch that DFC has is a part in offering the service that customers today require, because customers have choices. They will have to bank with you. And in terms of the MSME situation, I am revising and looking at policies right now as we speak, because when I look at the requirements that is required, it's so much. Before, I can tell you that if I ask you for 10 things, you can go to court, you can go to a quick stop and these other institution and get that same $5,000 for less information. So if we want to ensure that we build these and build it in a way that it is captured and it reflects in our GDP, because a lot of things are happening in this country that is not registered, that is under the table. A lot of businesses. We have China with money in their house because they would like to go to the banks because of all that they're at. We have people who do transactions like that all the time. They don't use the formal channels. But if the persons that are responsible for the formal channels, such as that DFC and the East Bank or any other entity, is not making it so accessible but simplified, because it's not easy for somebody to do and come from afar to go through all the unnecessary challenges that we put them through. We will continue to have the challenge that we have as a country, and it requires us, like, I am glad to hear that there's a task force. I am hoping that the result of that task force, because we have a situation in which we destroyed a lot of initiatives, because of a lot of committees and a lot of planning happened, it took up a lot of time. But what happened? What is the end result of it? Do we come back to stakeholders, which is each and every single one of you in this audience, and let them know what is the result and where we're going and see through. Because I left the central bank over 10 years ago, and I can tell you at that time we were trying to establish a credit bureau. Since then, nothing has happened. We have a credit bureau law. A lot of people don't know, we actually have a law regarding credit bureau, and one of the challenges was to actually finding somebody that can also be the safety, because of course that is something that requires a level of security, and we cannot afford for that to be. But what I am saying is that was in years. We're in a era where we need it. I should be applying for a loan at the Belizean BSC, Atlantic Bank, without having my data for the because people lie. Customers are not telling us the truth. And we see when we have our level of arrears going very high because they did not tell us all that they owe. But the problem is that we are not ready to really and truly move forward unless we do it and we follow it through. We can plan as much as we want at a national level, but it will require that we put some effort in finalizing these policies, but at the same time ensuring that there's a level of execution by putting timelines on these things and saying that by 2024, this is what we're going to be accomplishing, but holding these persons that are in charge of these things accountable. Because we will spend money to bring this consultant in, that consultant in, and what happens? A lot of things are happening at the government level that I can tell you is important, but you find that it happens this year. When I went to this forum and I'm realizing I'm in 2023, but what happened with that? I did all of this and I did a big paperwork and you realizing, but didn't we have a discussion on that? Then 2 years later, someone started the same people and it's brand new. And it's not because we've been there before, but there was no execution of that particular strategy. So I think we need to move forward, but only collectively. And there's no separation because while central bank is a regulatory body, at the end of the day, what they need to realize is represent one country. All right?
That's such a good point, and this is the purpose of this discussion, because from the outside looking in, we think, well, if financial products don't exist because the finance providers don't want to do it. And no, they have their hands tied in certain occasions because of burdensome regulation and other things. I guess to close before we take questions from the audience, what do you think, you guys, the future looks like in terms of mobile money, in terms of e-commerce, in terms of mobile banking? I could tell you, for example, when I decided to come back to Belize, the first time I went to the store, I picked up something that was less than $5. I looked at the payment card, said no, minimum 10. And like I wanted to jump right back in the plane and go to the US, right? I could pay for like 50 cents, you could, right? But what's the future? Like, how can we integrate, a logistic service like Belizean, an e-commerce platform like Belizean, a mobile wallet solution like Belizean, all these women focused projects and products, MSME-centered products? How do we move forward, and what does the future look like if we can get our way?
I know, right? I think the future is bright. Definitely want to say that. I just think it's about, there was a lot that was said today, and I think there's one thing we can all agree to. We gotta move forward, and we have to move forward together. We talk about creating products. The consumer, patterns are changing. Why are patterns changing? Something happened today. Technology is advancing. What we're influenced by. I always say Belizean influenced by America when it comes to clothing and what's not, and when it comes to music, they're right in the Caribbean. But we have to move forward, and I think when it comes to the mobile payment space, I think there's opportunity for all the banks to launch their wallets. But what would make it successful, I believe, is having that interoperability. Imagine your mom in the States could send you money. They can't do that using Western Union and some of these providers at this time, but there's also another way in which you can do that very efficiently, very affordable. I think affordability is something that we need to look at as well. And once you don't have competition, then that's where the unfairness comes into play because they dictate what they want to charge you. So I think, and it also allows us to perhaps maybe one day trade within the Caribbean. Our Belizean dollar is pegged to the US. So what happened when the US fall? What you ever think about some of these things? I know I've sat on some seminars where they're talking about developing a currency for the Caribbean, where the Caribbean countries can trade with each other. We do a lot of imports, yes. But I mean, it gives us the opportunity to export. We have a lot of natural resources here. We have a lot of natural, talented Belizeans here. We're talking about, you guys doing your wine, doing your products. Why can't you get that out to Guyana, to Barbados? We always think about America, America, America. But there are much more ways in which we can diversify and trade. We could send our bananas out to Guyana. Maybe they don't have that there. So I think it's about us moving forward, and we have to do it together. And we have to set different milestones. Everything not happen overnight. But definitely with the advancement of technology, we will be pushed forward. And it will only make us resilient again. If a pandemic happened, we will not be as displaced as we were before, because we know what we need to do. We have the different tools, we can adapt. And I think, being able to adapt as a country is what is going to help us to move forward.
That's great to hear, Ms. Menzies. I think you had one else.
I just wanted to amen to everything she said. The first one. But I wanted to kind of challenge everybody. If you don't take anything else away from these 3 days, come out of this excellent workshop with a resolution to be proactive. When I say that, so many times things that are happening out there, be it in the payment space or the change in cars from internal combustion EV or whatever it is, they're coming. Changes are coming, but it's a lot more costly for them to be imposed on us than it is for us to go out and embrace them before they're forced on us. These kinds of changes, I think, are for the good. They will come. They're for the good. The idea of moving cash from my phone to Melanie's phone to Ms. Raymond's phone is something that will make life easier for your customer. If I'm having to walk around with a wad of cash, I actually spend less. Behavioral economics says that if I'm looking at what I'm spending, I'm gonna think about it a lot more than if I just hand over that piece of plastic that Juan has there. And he's thinking a lot less about what the charge is than me that's pulling out bills out of my purse. So this kind of thing it has an impact, it has a good impact. But I think one of the things that Ms. Reynolds said earlier, and Melanie knows the manager of Belizean very well and will know that's a pet peeve for us. We don't, in this country, execute very well. We plan like crazy. We strategize. We discuss, we talk, we workshop, we do everything. But execution is where we fall short. We have got to start executing. And I tend to think some of this is, even in dealing with the banks when they're asking for even more than you thought they would ask for, when they're asking for those extra 3 documents or whatever, a lot of it is the desire to be perfect and not mess up. In the entrepreneurial space, you will mess up. So go out there, do it, learn from it, perfect, and perfection comes along the way. Perfection is a journey, not a destination. So do it, learn from it, apply the learnings, go again. If we do that as an economy, and if we kind of take a more customer-centric approach, government has to realize it has customers too. Central bank has customers too. The banks have customers, BTL, DG has customers, we have customers, you guys have customers. If we take the approach of, okay, I've got to do this, I've got to tick all these boxes, but I've got to make it as painless for my customer as possible, that customer will be grateful in the end. And I think that's one of the things is how to take an agile approach to what we're doing and make sure that we smooth out the bumps along the way and proactively identify the bumps so that they're never going to encounter. In all of this discussion, what we're talking about is what the barriers are, and what we have to do is then, having identified the barriers, resolve how we're going to take them down. And part of it is not all government, it's not all the banks, it's also private sector saying, I see a space here where I can provide. That's why Belizean was born. We saw a space where entrepreneurs in PG weren't exactly connecting with customers in Belize City and had no efficient way to do that. So as private sector, we stepped in to fill that space and say, we will connect where you can't connect otherwise. That's the kind of thing that, the wallets are born from. If you're in PG and you have to find an ATM, it's not so easy. Actually, in Belize City, finding an ATM without a line is not so easy. But so if I'm able to just transfer a payment from my phone, imagine how much more shopping I will do. I'm somebody who doesn't like to go out, so the ability to buy online, I develop for me, so that I can buy local products that are coming from Punta Gorda, from Cayo, from Corozal, without leaving my house. So at the end of it, in all of these discussions about how to get money to do a little better, how to organize ourselves to do a little better, let's identify the barriers as things to climb over and move up. Because we have the barriers, we will always have barriers. But those barriers are going to come down, new ones are going to come up. And one of the things in looking towards the future is, yes, look to the United States. They're usually about a couple of years ahead of us in technology. So look at that and say, all right, how can I bring that here? How can I move these to catch up? Because it will benefit each and every person in this room and everybody beyond it. So I think, in all of this, like I said, when you leave here, take all the learnings, resolve how you're going to be proactive and how you're going to go to, whether it's a Chamber of Commerce, whether it's NEAM, whatever organization, to help them to help you push those barriers down. Because financial inclusion comes from us demanding to be included. Yeah.
That's such great points of emphasis. Anything else to add before we take questions? Round of applause, please, for the panel for being here. That's a great discussion. That's a great way to end it. Any questions? We'll take about three. Time about 3 questions we can take.
I just want to pass a comment to say, wow, exceptional discussion. I feel, as a micro business entrepreneur, womanpreneur, mompreneur, you guys shared so much information today that is so valuable, and the urge to be proactive. That's something that I think for me was a challenge because I wasn't being as proactive. But this year, actually attending this workshop is part of me being proactive. So I'm so grateful that I actually came here to listen and to hear you experience women sharing, the knowledge. I'm just gonna say thank you and thank you for taking up time to attend something like this, to share your knowledge, your experience, because it's so helpful. It's like, I feel like light bulb just popping in my head and connections being made and more understanding of certain fundamentals and cores of certain things. So thank you. Truly.
Yes, definitely. Thank you guys so much. If that's it, I guess we can break. Thank you once again to the panelists. Amazing discussion. You guys have given me a lot of ammo to hold maybe the policymakers later, hold their feet to the fire about some of these barriers and how do we collectively with policymakers tackle them. Thank you so much.
making and the business ecosystem in general, we'll be able to kind of to follow up on some of these constraints and hear exactly what they're doing behind the scenes to address some of these issues. Because as we've seen so far in the workshop, we have supply side, the finance providers and the other service providers, regulations with other kinds of constraints that they have to deal with. On the demand side, women have their own constraints, and it's our job where these constraints exist, or at least it's imperative that on the public policy side, we do our best to help them, smooth out these issues and help them overcome these barriers. Sometimes they just simply can't do it by themselves, right? So that now I turn it over to Ms. Balam again, and again, in the afternoon we're going to have our panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we've had everyone has his lunch, so we're ready for our presentation, right?
Sorry.
I think we all have been drilled in our mind how important data is, right? To start off, we're gonna read this quote which says, to solve women financial inclusion, our starting point should be data. The objectives for this presentation is for us to be able to understand the best practices and methodologies for implementing interventions. Understanding how to develop good indicators and understand how to select measurement tools. Once again, we see how the definitions for demand, supply, how important it is to have both of them in order to identify the financial gap that exists, and how important it is to have sex disaggregated data. And in order to measure the financial inclusion, we use access, usage, and quality. To start off, I want to talk a bit more on some of the global progress on women financial inclusion. And when it comes to the economic participation, we've seen that women have a global economic force despite having this gap. However, from 2006 to 2019, only 0.15% has it been closed every year, which is very small. And we want to have gender equality, not only because it's good and it's a moral thing to do, but we can see that it also contributes to our economy. And it is estimated that it would bring a total of $12 trillion in the global GDP by 2025 if that gender gap is eliminated. And as we saw earlier today, women's wealth accounts for 32%. If women were given the ability to have better business relationship as men, financial service providers could see an additional $105 billion in their revenue. When it comes to entrepreneurship, we see that women is about 3/4 that of men. And we saw earlier that most of the time they are small to medium-sized enterprises compared to men. However, studies have shown that women do generate more revenue, as you can recall. And if they were being given these financial products, women could start generating a lot more for the economy. And as of right now, there are 231 million women running or starting their own business around the world. We also talked about accessing accounts. The gender gap in account ownership globally closed by 1% point in the last 7 years. We also see that this is quite small. We want to be able to reach a global parity in checking and saving accounts. And if they do, it could generate up to 15 billion in annual revenues. Women are still lacking the access of finance, especially those in micro, small, and medium enterprises. And if women owned enterprises had equal access to credit, it would generate an additional of $95 billion in interest and fees. When it comes to digital channels, 165 million fewer women are using a mobile phone in low or middle income countries as opposed to men. And if banks are using those digital technologies, that means that they are not reaching quite a few individuals in the world. And it could, if they were to reach those individuals, it could realize a profit of 40% or more. So as we all know, data is a powerful tool that we could use, and it will help for us it could serve as a diagnostic tool, as a catalyst for action, or a change driver. We'll be able to track our performance, have sustainable strategies developed, design products with women in mind, and have interventions that are suitable for each. We have a case study from Chile. Chile is one of the first countries to have established sex disaggregated data. And they first started this by having the borrower's database where they had the ID of each individual. They were able to do this in 2001, but they were only able to fully get the data on 2005. And after that, they were able to have the global gender gap indexes and other indexes available. The ministries, they saw that there's a lot of things that they need to tap onto. For example, the sex disaggregated data, women's participation, gender perspective programs, staff trainings, women focused programs. But as you can see, they saw that sex disaggregated data was the most useful. The 14-year data that they gathered, they saw that there was no gender gap in access of saving accounts. And at least in 2002, both male and female had equal access. And not only that, but they were able to even surpass men by 2014. However, women still lag behind the average deposit balances. Men averages balances increased by an average of 4.8%, while women only by 2.4, which is half the rate. The gender gap is narrowing in terms of the number of borrowers. Women only represent 34% of the total loan outstanding. However, something interesting that they saw is that women were had better repayment rates than men. Now we want to look at some of the steps that we should take in order to for the collection and the use of woman financial inclusion data. First of all, we need to establish the objectives in relation to the information that you know. We need to have the disaggregated data in order to identify the gaps. We have to define an approach. We need to design and adjust our demand and supply side indicators. Ascertain what data points are relevant and meaningful for decision making. Consult and synthesize. Consult and synthesize stakeholders once you know what indicators. So something that we had already discussed in the panel is that it's important to work together. We might not have the data, but someone else might have. And in order to have the most accurate data, we need to work together and find, have consultancy agency work with you all. So we all want to get the best for everyone, yeah. Adapt system. Consider what reporting system processes and templates, such as surveys and databases, may need its revising. We need to adapt our systems in order to have the most accurate data. If some changes need to occur, implementation of another system may be put in place in order to have the most accurate data that we might need for a specific project. Collect data. Once the indicators have been designed or modified and the necessary systems are in place, at this stage we might be incomplete on poor quality. Data quality was the third most frequently recognized challenge identified by those that collect disaggregated data. And lastly, analyze and use. What does the data tell you? Now that we've collected the data, what does it tell you? How are we going to use that data to design our projects? We have some indicators to check, the checklist for indicators. The first one being the relevance. Have the indicators been selected and adapted based on participatory gender analysis? Are indicators aligned with what can reasonably change over the period of the intervention? Are indicators tailored to the current social, cultural, and economic context? How effective is it? Can existing indicators be effectively adopted rather than having to create new ones? Have indicators and tools been piloted and refined based on feedback? We also have to compare. Are the indicators aligned to the commitments to SDGs and other recognized measurement frameworks? Are indicators aligned with other projects capturing similar information? We also have segmentation. Do indicators reflect that women are not a homogeneous group? Can the target population be segmented using existing data? Can the population be segmented by gender, age, location, household type, marital status, religion, ethnicity, and other identity intersections? So there's a lot of things to uncover, and many of the times institutions might not take the time to do all of this and check all the boxes. But it's essential if they want to reach a certain target. Selecting the right measurement tool. We have qualitative and quantitative tools. For qualitative, we might have social linkages, role plays, group discussions. For quantitative, some surveys can be easier for you to standardize and compare. But as we all know, we all have a little bit hard on completing those surveys. But we have to know that it is essential for us to do our part in order to have that data. Data collection and analysis. In order for us to collect those segregated data, we must plan and ensure that the necessary considerations are made to gather quality, reliable data. So necessary proactive steps need to be taken in order to be able to progress on closing the financial gender gap. Financial inclusion policy change will work for men as well, will work for women as well as men, and will accelerate the overall goal of full financial inclusion. However, we must understand that having the data is not the end of things. We're going to use that data to be able to design the product or the service that we want to offer to customers. Many financial services providers miss the mark when it comes to serving women because their products and services are only superficially tailored to meet women's needs. And as you can recall, we talked about pink washing. Many of the times we think women just care about how it looks, we're gonna buy it. Avoiding gender neutral approaches, using gender segmentation during research and product design, and articulating a clear business case for the market are just some of the ways providers can avoid this trap. So now we have this business model. Some of the things that we need to take into consideration when building our product or service. The first one is internal gender diversity. When we saw the board of directors for banks and insurance, majority of them were male. How are we integrating the gender diversity in our institution? Is there communication and customer touch points? I think they mentioned about the customer service. How well are they training the frontline? Credit policy and appraisal processes. What are the regulations and policies that are in place that enable a woman or make it easier for a woman to acquire the product or service? We have product terms, in-house capacity, and frontline delivery model. So we see that all of these play a role in designing a product that is useful and is accessible to women and men. Developing gender inclusive financial products. Here are some intervention ideas for some of the objectives. The first one being to promote a friendlier environment for women customers. So in order to do that, we must be able to train staff on how they should engage with women entrepreneurs and why gender neutral banking doesn't work. So the manager might know, like, we need to be able to engage with these women entrepreneurs, but if it's not passed down to the front line, are they gonna do their work? Are they aware of what all of the social norms or everything that a woman might be going through, and how is that they have to engage with these women entrepreneurs? They should consider hiring and training more female relationship managers. And we're gonna see further along the presentation about how the ambassador was a key implementation in the success of fintech. We also see digital channels could be explored to create distribution beyond branches. And we see that currently, we see that many digital channels are being implemented and are used throughout the country. Some more than others, but there are things. In order to customize policies, process, and systems to align to female entrepreneur needs, we need to simplify the approval process. As we know, there's a lot of limitation when it comes to women entrepreneurs. And as we've heard, there's a lot of policies and regulations that the banks have to abide by. But I feel like there's a common ground where we both need to be helping one another in order for both of the parties to benefit from. Explore options on the psychological or alternative collateral such as movable assets, which is what one of the case studies that we mentioned. They moved from having land and building being the only security for a loan to having movable assets, and also simplify your KYC requirements as far as legally possible. In order to deliver non-financial services, once again, train women on available products and processes stock system, general financial literacy and relevant business skills, everything we've mentioned before. Provide exposure and networking opportunities among the right businesses, circles, via networking events, cross-learning workshops or conferences, and ensure access to consultancy services. Actively address women. We need to focus on a brand as a financial partner for women-owned businesses, catering to full spectrum of their financial needs. Adapting the marketing strategy, using the products that is market presents a greater obstacle than the specifics of the product itself. So, marketing plays a huge role. You might not necessarily need a product, but the way that it is presented, the way how it could make your life easier tends to work a lot better than just saying having all the specifics in the product itself, but the way it is presented to you and how it will make your life more easier. That's what makes you buy the product. We've seen all these insights of the paradox of gender neutral banking that we've mentioned before. So it goes beyond gender neutral. It's not necessarily just saying that a product is open for both men and women. We need to realize that neutral products were often designed with men needs in mind. However, if these products are created with women specific needs, data has proven that men are just as more or even are just or are even more interested in the product. We have the product design phase, the segment by gender. It is key for the institutions to listen to women in order to account during the design phase. Segmenting by gender is research makes it possible, as women are less likely to speak up or voice a different opinion during their research sessions where men are also present. They often have different concerns than men. For example, they are cost conscious and may face issues of affordability and access than men do. Developing the business case for serving women, we need to have a forward thinking, be able to recognize that the potential of women markets as a business growth strategy. Institutions can continue to build this business case by monitoring the uptake of new gender inclusive products and understand the impact of women clients on their bottom line. We must also think digitally. Mobile services are increasingly gaining attraction in the financial institution space because they have proven to overcome physical and social barriers that traditional channels have not been able to. For instance, women have access to and ownership of mobile phone and a bank account. Greater investment by companies in mobile banking infrastructure, networks, and business models translate to a greater financial inclusion for women. And as we said before, it's essential for us to collaborate with one another. all institutions have proven to have data that is useful, and if all of them work together, we're able to identify the financial gaps that exists. Female representation. Financial institutions could build a reinforced trust among women by recruiting female officers and agents to deliver financial services. The model of encouraging women to champion the cause of women's financial inclusion has proven to be successful as it facilitates bonds between technology and personal service, which goes back to what we said that we want to build relationships. And more often than not, females are able to understand another woman and empathize with her. We also want to look now on fintech. Some of the common trends that we found is that COVID-19 has accelerated the e-commerce and the digital finance services. However, we see that women are still not as involved as men in fintech. And investments have significantly increased in 2022, but gender lens in fintech investing lags. As you can see from the graph, fintech usage, the difference between men and women at 27.6% compared to other digital services such as mobile phone ownership, formal account ownership, smartphone ownership, mobile internet usage. And why is it that 27.6% are less likely to use the fintech services than men? Fintechs may lack understanding of women customer segments, behavior, or needs, and launch gender-blind solutions that limit the use of women. The user experience might not be designed with women customers in mind, causing a drop-off in all stages. Early stage fintechs target the young urban male demographic, even though women can be early adopters if the solution is right. More often than not, we see that boys are the ones interested in IT, video games. Women are not exposed to these in an early age compared to men. Investors who are most likely male at the top call the shots, and unconscious bias may underpin their decision. But we've seen that we need to include more women in those management roles. Despite a strong base case, it lacks visibility, and the gender conversation rarely happens during discussions with the potential investees. It's something that it has taken the back burner and has not been talked to a lot more than it should. Investors' gender lens focuses on women's representation in company leadership and staff, but not on women's marketing offerings or the female customer base. So we see that if you say we want more females in the IT world, we're gonna have more females, but not necessarily have products that are targeted to women. We have the sales funnel. The gender neutral financial services sales funnel represents in female customer. Okay. So we say that women are part of the IT, right? But we're providing a product that has men in mind. And if we do not take into account that women also want to use these products or services, we will see that at each stage, less and less women will be using the product. So at the end, at stage 5, loyalty, most of them will be only men and not women. So what should we do? We should have a gender intelligent sales funnel. What will this do is that we'll have more customers, more female customers at every stage. By attracting as many women, revenue could go up 12% in the first stage of awareness just being aware of these products that are available. In Africa, in 2017, Time Bank introduced easy-to-use technology to the environment, where every day people made purchases using kiosks. Women's share of customers jumped from 30% to 45%. And what was interesting is that in order for this to have been successful, they introduced in-store ambassadors. They lived close to where these kiosks were, and they formed great relationships with the women and helping them use the access of these kiosks that were available in the stores. Some key takeaways for this presentation will be that data collection can be used as a catalyst for action, diagnostic tool, and change driver. Collecting data is not the end. We know that data is essential and can be a useful tool, but it's not the end. We can use this data to be able to design the products that are more targeted to women. We have seen that women have the financial power in the economy despite the gap, but they are still not being taken into account. Be intentional and sincere with the product design. It's not just about pinkwashing. Again, we want to have products that are useful for women. Creating financial products with women in mind is not pinkwashing products to make them superficially inviting to women, nor is it targeting products exclusively to women. Thank you, and that's it for today.
Ms. Carlene McSweeney, Senior Economist, Policy and Planning Unit, Ministry of Economic Development.
Ms. Monique Usher, Manager for the Small Business and Development Center at Beltrade, and Ms. Yosha Belkatus, Manager of Member Relations from the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Great, so thank you to the panelists for coming up, agreeing to join us today. Thank you so much to the attendees. We've had some spirited discussions beginning from yesterday, hearing from the perspectives of female entrepreneurs, hearing from service providers like we heard this morning. We really wanted in this discussion to have a dialogue on what's happening behind the scenes, because everyone here at this table has a key role to play in the entire business ecosystem. The Ministry of Economic Development, of course, a central stakeholder in policy and planning for the country. The Small Business Development Center on the Beltrade, a focal point for helping entrepreneurs develop the kind of skills and the kind of know-how they need to be able to connect with capital providers, to be able to connect with different markets, external markets. Academia plays a very important role. Ms. Thompson from the UB. We see all over the world. I think Mr. King mentioned it in yesterday's discussion about incubators and innovation labs. Those are things that have largely been led elsewhere in the world by universities, by tertiary institutions. It's important, for example, for academia to be involved in entrepreneurship training, etc., so that children, especially young adults, leave university with some strong foundation in financial management and entrepreneurship in general. And finally, Mr. Tools from the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the umbrella organization for the private sector in Belize, the focal point for for much of the private sector, where the private sector voice their concerns and say, and point out the obstacles that they face, the barriers that they face, the structural constraints that they face because of whether it be burdensome regulation, whether it be outdated policy, whether it be a lack of foresight from the policy side, right? So I guess I'd like to begin with you, we've been hearing since yesterday about the problem of data. We heard in the presentation the issue with data. How much of a concern is data limitations for you guys? You guys have a really significant and critical role in policy and planning for the entire country. That includes all our sectors and even the sectors that we have yet to develop. How much of a problem is data, and what are some of the ways that we're, as a government, as a country, addressing these data issues? Thank you. Short.
Well, definitely data is a big issue for us as the Ministry of Economic Development. Our ministry is responsible for essentially coordinating development across the economy, and the lack of data hinders the development of solutions that will be effective. For example, if we don't know, talking about financial inclusion, if we don't know how many women are not accessing financial products, then we can't define or recommend a policy that will help in solving that problem. So we at the ministry, we do not collect data. We use data to an extent. That's the role of the statistical institute of Belize. And we know that some of the things that they've done is try to attach modules onto the existing studies that are conducted from time to time in order to get additional data once they're aware that an additional data is required. I don't think that answered your question.
No, yeah, and well, it's great that you bring up the role and the function of the SIB. But what we've heard, for example, is that coordination is an issue among stakeholders, right? And that we heard from Ms. Menzies earlier, that people tend to closely guard this information when what we really need is data sharing, not only between government departments and units, but also between the private sector and the government, because the private sector has a lot of data as well as useful. If I could just bounce off of that to Ms. Katus, what are some of the, we've heard some of the complaints from the private sector this morning. What are some of the others, what are some of the roadblocks stopping or preventing that kind of collaboration between the private sector and the public sector?
Should I say strong minds? But well, we, the chamber, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, just for those, I know out there some people still don't know what the chamber does, but we are a membership private-based organization. When we say private, we have zero funds from the government, and that gives us the liberty to speak our minds for the end goal of, being sustainable and everything. And our membership is across the country from north to south, and we represent about 6,000 employers across the country. The reason for that is because we also have some major associations, about 15 of them, that are members of the chamber. And so our membership is really across the board. I mean, it's from micro businesses to even the medium to large businesses. Actually, 25% of our membership are micro businesses, small and pop and micro businesses, and 84% are MSMEs, medium, small, and the medium and small businesses, right? So we are the voice of employers. We come together. We, the businesses, they have joined the membership of the chamber to come together so that we could see how things can be feasible for us. So it's not really me doing the work, it's the members actually doing the work. And for the different barriers that have been, sometimes it seems impossible. I know they mentioned a lot, but there's also some barriers when it comes to the whole getting your ingredients, all the materials you have to put into your product, the packaging, we've heard about that, the shipping, the logistics, and even the supply chains and all of that. So we hear all of access to finance. We hear all of that, and we, the chamber, what we do is we try to look at the policies that are affecting businesses, and we try to work with the regulators. Our process is that we have to get data, because we can't sit at the table with the regulators if we don't have data. So we first do a survey, that is a trade and governance unit. In the secretariat, we will put together a survey, we share that with the members that is affecting. So it can be sector, it can be their membership, and then it's very important that members complete that. Because as I said, you can't show up without data. And that's been very difficult, and that's why Ms. Kay, when she said about filling out surveys, we really like to fill out surveys. And you as a consultant, you will also know that when you do your surveys, you can't do sometimes 1N questions, or you just can't do 5 questions, because you can't really pull out the meat of the matter by those 5 questions. So sometimes it's really detailed, and that's because you can get a more rounded perspective. But getting people to fill out surveys is like literally pulling out a grown man's teeth, or the wisdom teeth, if you've ever gotten that pulled out, because I've gotten that, and it's very difficult to do this. But so difficult, and we could be calling them over and over, and so sometimes to just move on, you have to work by sectors or data that you have to move on. But it's not that influential as if the whole pool came together to respond, right? So we always try to bring that across to our members. Other than this survey, if we're not able to get down to that, we move to another step whereby we call a meeting with our members, and we have them speak to us. So sometimes they might not make the time for the survey, but they are very welcome. So at the meetings we have that, at business service, consultation meetings, and that's where we get our data.
And that's good to know. And Ms. Sasha, it seems now we have the Ministry of Economic Development here, public sector, we have the BCCI, private sector, SBDC as a statutory body. Where do you guys come in, and how do you guys smooth that kind of information sharing to get, from a stakeholder as important as a chamber to a unit or a department administrator that can, affect real change like the Ministry of Economic Development?
That's an excellent question, and as I stand in the room, I speak several of our clients and our stakeholders, and I think that has been one of the successes of us as a unit, because the Small Business Development Center has 10 years in existence, and previous to that, Beltrade has had an SME development unit. And our focus at SBDC is to be able to provide business advisory support to these MSMEs and training capacity building. One of the things that we do in the initial stage of working with the client is getting an opportunity to understand their business. And in being able to understand their business, it allows us to build trust with our clients. And so we have what we refer to as economic impact indicators that we collect from our clients through a client growth assessment. And that allows us to see the progression of that business over time. It also allows us to have the client share with us the specific needs that we have in terms of areas of marketing, looking at accessing finance, and I think that's an area that, is synonymous amongst us. That's a struggle for a lot of small business. And so we look at the information that the client provides to us, and we make recommendations in terms of incentives, programs, training opportunities that they can benefit from. I know for us at the center, one of our flagship programs is the Female Entrepreneurship Program. And we've had that program since 2019, and we've successfully graduated 58 women. And these women receive business development training, capacity, in some instances, financing. And it's important for us to not only look at the financial opportunities that's available out there in the market, but the non-financial, because when it comes to building the capacity of the MSME, that is something that's crucial and important. And so from our standpoint, we value the working relationship that we have with the clients, because they provide us with feedback, and that feedback we use to develop programs to tailor the different services that we offer to meet the needs of the clients that we serve. So we do understand the challenge where data is concerned, and so from our standpoint, what we do is we have a client relationship management system that allows us to track that interaction with our clients. So I see several of our clients in here, and we have a baseline that we establish with them from the onset, and we're able to track that and show them the success that their business is making. And on a larger scale, we do it as an aggregate where we can see the true impact of the center. So we're able to quantify jobs created, economic impact, jobs started. We also look at product diversification, which I'm certain during COVID you saw several businesses diversify. And so we value that information. It's internal to us, but we also share it with our partners. So for example, we have a working relationship with Atlantic Bank, and we have other with relationship with financial institutions, and we're able to provide that support to build their capacity to access the finance, and then of course provide the hand-holding after you access the finance. So our partners are very important for us. We work with the University of Belize. Actually, the University of Belize was our host university in the inception of the SBDC methodology being implemented. We work closely with the chamber, and in terms of Ministry of Economic Development, we also work closely with executives. So for us, the strength is in the partnership that we've been able to nurture throughout these years.
Great to hear. That's great to hear. Yeah, I think what's clear is that this is a really large and diverse ecosystem. No? We have mobile money providers, we have financial institutions, the SBDC, ministries, the private sector, umbrella organizations. Ms. Thompson, from the academic perspective, at UB, some of the most transformative ideas have come out of college dorms. Facebook, for example, being one. This is where young students who are really willing to take on risks, leverage the knowledge that they've gained through their experience at university and become entrepreneurs themselves. How is UB or academia in general, if you speak to it in general terms, what are we doing there as a country to kind of foster that level of innovation and entrepreneurship that we'll need to kind of drive the economy forward?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Amir. So we heard from Ms. Usher that we do cater to the needs of national development and programs that are relevant. Recently, just yesterday, on the 13th, we launched the Banking Finance Institute, and we also had 2 days workshop on anti-money laundering, and we network with all businesses. We have interns, we have this internship program where we have students in the accounting, finance, management. We're hoping to have entrepreneurship soon, but they're all out there. This one, she was a student from program is designed in a way that it meets the needs of the workplace in Belize and that the students could get employed eventually. We also help prepare them for outside of Belize because we know that students don't want to just stay in Belize. So the programs are for outside, and we have a lot of students who do go to several other universities outside of Belize. We're a faculty of management and social science, and we are, constantly, we have several programs on the pipeline, like entrepreneurship program, bachelor's in marketing, and we're hoping to include another program that is criminal justice program. So we try to do that every day. It's like an everyday thing. We review our programs, and currently we are reviewing those programs to meet the needs, to continuously meet the needs of the country.
No, that's great to hear because students at that age, especially you're a young adult, you're kind of like putty, right? And that's where you could really you have lasting change if what you're churning out of university are innovators, men and women, that also are supported by a supportive ecosystem. So, Ms. McSweeney, what projects are currently on the way, maybe in charge, maybe being implemented directly by the ministry or by partner departments to kind of strengthen financial inclusion, to strengthen economic empowerment? Are any of these programs gender specific? Are they specifically tailored to women or men? Can you tell us anything about those projects that are currently going on or in the pipeline?
Go into more detail. We at the Ministry of Economic Development, we are responsible for public sector investment program planning, so that public sector investment program includes projects that are targeting our development objectives. So those projects include anything from infrastructure to capacity building to energy, practically every sector. So there are several initiatives underway, quite a few under what we call business and market development, which include this project, and as we think about it, so that's one that we have captured, and as you know, it's targeting women's employment, entrepreneurship, and financial inclusion. There are several others that focus a lot on capacity building programs for women. There are also, while you might think an infrastructure project might not have anything to do with supporting gender issues, there is the coastal highway upgrading project. Associated with that one upgrading project is a livelihoods consultancy through which the intention is to identify means by which the communities could exploit the advantage that the upgrade of the road will bring. So that includes identifying potential livelihoods within the area, what the gaps are in terms of skills that the community members, including women and youth, would need to exploit those opportunities. And that's maybe financed by the Caribbean Development Bank. There's also another infrastructure project that has a similar assignment, that's the Belizean highway upgrading project. And along with the livelihoods consultancy, there's also some work towards gender-based violence awareness, etc. So those are two out-of-the-box interventions that would contribute to women's financial inclusion. If these women are able to get employment, then they likely need to access bank or credit union that would encourage them to take advantage of those products that those entities would have available. And then, like I mentioned, there are those that are focused, targeted towards women's capacity building, business training, etc.
No, I'm glad you bring up infrastructure because what we've really been having yesterday and today is really a discussion about the infrastructure that supports entrepreneurs. And of course, the first thing that people think, when you talk about infrastructure, roads and bridges. But for example, when we were working with Beltrade developing the MSME strategy, farmers from down south said, we don't even have a cooler. We have the vegetables, but we don't have a cooler so that the vegetables reach the port, right? Before they ripen, before they spoil. And that's a part of infrastructure. In terms of, Ms. Sasha, if you could follow, what are some of those key infrastructural needs that you've heard our entrepreneurs need, and Ms. Katus as well, because you work with the private sector extensively? What do you hear from them? What do they need? I mentioned cold storage, but I think there's a lot more that they need.
When it comes to the support that's needed in terms of infrastructure, like you mentioned, equipment is a key tool for a lot of these businesses to scale. A lot of people operate within the confines of their own focus on women that are looking at having an administrative space to operate their business, to separate, the household, the business. And when it comes to the incubator, we've heard people make mention of a need for like a food science lab. So those are some of the things that we're hearing from our clients. Additionally, support when it comes to logistics. And last year when we had Intricon, something that was a unique opportunity that was presented by one of the panelists, and this is a company that's offering, courier service, Belizean, basically telling these MSMEs, you guys produce the quality product and allow us to be able to deliver it to your customers. So again, those are some of the needs that we hear from clients. And at Beltrip, we try to be able to be that voice. We work in partnership with the chamber, so if there's any need for us to collaborate, we do that to be able to create opportunities for the clients that we serve.
We have Mr. Duster.
Several things. The chamber is a network of businesses. I did mention we're a network of all different sizes, and we find why we exist is to deliver three basic things. The champion part, which has to do with the advocacy and working with the regulators, the capacity, so members do look in the chamber to advise them to share know-how to get things done, move from one to the next, and third, the connection part. We, the chamber, we were very small in staff and in financial resources, so what we do best is collaborate with organizations that's in their mandate. And so we have several MOUs ongoing with Beltrip, TFC, the UWI and other organizations, so that maybe we are not able to deliver it directly, but with our collaborators, we're able to connect you with them. I also want to mention, the reason I mention that is because a lot of times people have a misconception that the chamber is about, like when we go out and we have surveys, yes, it's really strange because, and they come to us to think that, how can I get money from you? So we're not a lending institution, but we can connect you to the sources to do that. So we have members that have come to us, came to us recently because they were looking for guidance in how these companies registered recently came online, and they have been having a lot of difficulties with the online. Although it's not really what you prepare for, because we did have several informational sessions with them, so our members participated in that. But when it came online, it was a different story. And so I know even in-house, the staff at the companies registering did not understand it. But now, so we said, whenever you have everything together, which the director agreed to share with us, like have another informational session with the members so that they can get it, because it does take time. I think for over 2 months, there's some people still trying to get to it, right? And time is looking for us as business persons. So the informational sessions is what we deliver back. So we have one coming up ending of February. It's for members, participation at no charge, so that they can get that part right. We also have one coming up for customs, because there have been recent changes in codes, HSD codes that you need to know when you're importing, exporting, that have been in question for many years, that business persons come back to us because they felt that there was a wrong code that maybe the customs officer maybe put on the form, and the tax is more higher, right? Okay. So they felt injustice. But some changes have been made, and so those are sessions that we bring to our members so they can better understand and create that relationship with the ones that they have to work with every day. And then we have another informational session coming up with Marsharps. So what we do, like what I can probably say with the chamber, that we have members who may be in similar business, but it's not like a competition spirit to tear down others. They were once small and they realized that they got benefit from the chamber and they want to give back. So that's the kind of spirit that Marsharps demonstrate, and they're doing for us a repeat session. It's a whole month, whereby 2 days in a week, we have Mr. Jordan Williams, who is in charge of getting products to the world. So that's his expertise. He is coming to share with our members how you can get your products or maybe you're already doing it, but how you can sharpen your skills to get out there. So he does that voluntary, and it's no charge once you're a member of the chamber. So that education process, we extend to our members who need it. And then there's another section with access to finance, which has been coming up a lot. Actually, we're at the Women Financial Inclusion workshop, so that's a big thing. So we have heard from the members, as I said, we don't give loans, and even though, so I'm mentioning that afterwards, but so we've partnered with DFC. The process hasn't really taken effect. It's called a BCCI verified service, and this is how it would work. This is part of the BCCI verified service. So we have that in training, and we should be getting more from DFC, whereby small business would come to us, and we have the whole checklist of all the documentation we need to get a loan. As was mentioned before by Ms. K, sometimes you go to the bank, or was mentioned before, different branches have different requirements. I've been through that already too, so I understand. But with this partnership, we're going at the top. So we'll have all the documentation that you need, what should be filled out, secure that for you so that whenever it's passed on to the officer, everything is checked, right? So that's one service under the BCCI verified service. But a part of that too, we realize that the credit score can be an issue for banks, and we have a partnership ongoing with complaint system, whereby there is something but it's still not broad. So we are saying that we will partner with the tax departments, regulators like Social Security, so forth. You have a history there that maybe you've never been going. You've always paid your taxes and stuff like that. So that is something that we're going to pull together, put it in a letter, a certificate, stamp, and that is something that we can also provide to the banks. Of course, it's a conversation that we're going to reach there. It's our plan.
Well, that's good to hear. That's certainly one way we could grease the wheels to kind of get things going and help women entrepreneurs. Ms. Thompson, I'm glad you mentioned this about UWI and partnerships that can happen. Universities are important, academia is important. I don't know if you guys follow US politics. Whenever they bring out these election polls, they're almost always done by universities, by students mainly that collect the data and analyze it. What are some of the ways, Ms. Thompson, that academia can support, in Belize, academia can support policymakers in Belize? And what are some of the ways where we're not using academia as effectively as we should? Loaded questions. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, we do, in terms of that, we have research is a part of the university, and so we do research in all areas. We have our research conference, and students do have the option to do an internship or a thesis. So they have the option to do a thesis or an internship, and the thesis is based on topics. So whatever topic that is out there and of interest, students will conduct their research and complete their 5 chapters, and if you're exceptional, will go to the research conference. But the research, like in whatever is relevant, we had research in anti-money laundering. The students do research on new product development. We also have like marketing expos, and we have symposium. Students are involved in these type of activities like today we are here. But so that's what we do. It is important, and it makes a difference because you know what is out there. We research from scratch, getting the data, analyzing it, and then we eventually come up with something like
Yeah, it's important because then some of our departments might be strained because of the physical constraints that we have, and then academia is a great way to kind of support data collection, analysis, while also helping students learn, right? Because they're learning in the process. Could you guys, Ms. Osha, I guess, what has been the progress so far in the last 10 years with SBDC? Any notable, champions that have come out of the program, of your clients, lessons learned in dealing with them? Yeah.
Perfect. You're sending me back down in memory lane. And as I mentioned, SPC, that specific unit at Beltray got started in 2012. So for the past 10 years, I believe in terms of economic impact, we're seeing over 10 million accessing finance.
Wow.
And that's blended. It's also in terms of grants. We have some clients that have access grants. We have some clients that have done personal investment. Likewise, as Yershava mentioned, one of the services that we offer is a loan package assistance. And so what we've done is being able to work with the different financial institutions and be a support to these MSMEs that are looking at accessing finance. So that is one of the areas. There are some other economic impacts that we look at, which would be jobs created, jobs retained. In terms of business plan development, these are some of the metrics that we capture. We look at expansion, change in sales, and these are all information that at the end of this fiscal year, which comes to an end for us in March, we will be publishing that information so that the general public can know the impact of the center and the successes of our clients. So those are some of the areas that we're celebrating, like I mentioned, in terms of looking at a specific program or initiative that you've spearheaded here today. We have the Female Entrepreneurship Program, we have the IQ, which is a women incubator program. We also have with the Development Finance Corporation, Belizean Enterprise Revolving Fund. And so that is a blended financing of partial loan, partial grant. So this is the first time we're piloting that initiative, and this is done through support with the CARICOM Development Fund. And we have a category in that program that's specifically looking at supporting women and youth. And so at this point in time, we have the maturing enterprises and exporters that will be benefiting under that specific window. I see some of the ladies that recently participated in women empowerment, women leadership training. So those are some of the initiatives that we've had. We have a good working relationship with the Taiwan Embassy, and they've supported us in several seed capital initiatives at the center. Additionally, last year we had a program through our sister unit, Export Peace, and that specific program looked at supporting women seaweed farmers, providing them access to training, advisor services, and then also technical assistance to help them further develop their products from that specific program. We also had a women in music program, which we had them not just look at it from the standpoint I offer in musical performance as a hobby, but how is it that you can create a business from it? You're able to develop your toolkit that allows you to be able to secure contracts and to be able to better position yourself. So those are some of the initiatives specifically looking at women. But for us, we do get great pride when we visit our clients. Right now at the center, what we're doing for the end of this fiscal year is actually going out, meeting with our clients in their homes, in their business to understand the dynamics. Because oftentimes when we meet with the client, it's them visiting us or us meeting with them at one of our offices, or even through the rollout of our mobile clinic, which will do shortly. We have IQ mobile van that will be taking around countrywide, basically taking the services that we offer at Beltray on the road. So that's an exciting part that we have. And of course, we're looking for a partnership, we're looking for collaboration from persons that have a similar interest in supporting our MSMEs, because we do realize that for us to advance our country, it's through socioeconomic development, and that only comes through partnership.
You're right, and I'm glad you bring up the aspect of investment. Mr. Sweeney, not to put you on the spot, but the Ministry of Economic Development has a clear role in attracting investment to the country, and I feel like for the past 20 years, we always hear that for some reason we don't attract the level of investment we'd like, not from abroad and not domestically. What are some of the issues? Why don't we get the level of foreign investment that we would like? And what are some of the ways that the ministry is working to kind of make Belize an attractive place for investment that could then trickle down and support other business lines in the country? Yes.
Alright, your question is more for the investment unit than for the policy and planning unit and the Ministry of Economic Development. We focus on public sector investment. So we engage more with the development partners and the
international development banks, Caribbean Development Bank, IDB, World Bank, etc. I can say though that from some of the conversations I've heard, some of the issues include our operational costs. The energy costs might be too high, so they find a cheaper jurisdiction. Is that right? Is this looking like I don't know if you didn't hear. So one of the things that I know would be an issue is our operational costs. Like I mentioned, our energy costs might be a bit higher than some other jurisdictions, or labor costs also. I know that the investment has been working on revising our fiscal incentives regime. They will be better placed than me to speak on those, but just highlighting something that was part of their response. So I mentioned that we focus more on public sector investment. So our focus would be with the development banks based on our shared priorities, whatever we have identified as our development priorities, through things like the medium-term development strategy, where those overlap with what they funding agencies consider priorities as well, we can attract investment. So if there's a need for additional expansion to the distribution network for electricity or for water, we can engage with funding partners in that sense. But when it comes to foreign direct investment and more private sector investment will be able to respond to.
Okay, great. But that sheds some light on what's going on at the ministry level in terms of, because these partners are important. Ms. Atuso, I know you guys had with the GCF a partnership for, was it green funding or climate friendly funding? I don't know if I'm recalling correct. If so, what has the progress with that been? Or what are some of the additional ways where the chamber deals with these external grant making organizations to kind of provide support that entrepreneurs need?
So the Ministry of Economic Development had invited us to one of these regional meetings with the GCF, and that's where we as private sector came to find out about how grand GCF is and what we're missing out on. And so when we start sharing some information, we got some calls from bigger businesses, and clearly the questions they were asking realized that our members were not understand the processes, right? And so we had reached out to the Prime Minister's office, and they engaged us in a project. So we actually had a project which just ended last year with the GCF. And it was just to educate our members about GCF, their processes, how you can apply to gain access to that, and different processes that you can implement into your business. Because, I mean, quite simply, you might hear about going green and digitalization, but you might not have an idea how to start, and you might say, like, how does that relate to my business? So simple as that, we educated our members, and that was a success. I'm sure a lot of members did tap into the process now. But we have a follow-up to that, and it's not with the GCF, but it's with IDB, which we recently launched a project about moving, it's an awareness project, so that businesses can be aware of how they can adopt new technology and innovation in their processes. And it's for a 2.5 years project, and the project will provide technical assistance, other training, educate you, and it should benefit 250 MSMEs. 120 of those should be women that should benefit. Those are the monitoring and evaluation part of the project. And at the end, because being part of the chamber, we do have informal and formal businesses. But our end goal is that those in the informal sector will bring it to the informal sector and understand that when you reach the formal sector, you're actually helping out everybody and you're sharing the whole weight, the burden of the country. That's what our aim is, and that's why we call it a network, because the ones who are advanced, they help the other ones to come up and understand the process. But this project is in partnership. We have two partners, the Economic Development Council and also Beltray, because at the end of the day, we are both business support organizations, Beltray and Chamber, and we would like to have 20 of our staff and other business organizations, we train on how to help businesses reach that level. So that's all in place. And there's one more thing I wanted to mention. There's MOU we signed last year, and it should be implemented this year. It's with Rev Up Caribbean, and they are a virtual business incubator in Jamaica. They're well advanced, and they provide like 5 months training. So it's virtual, so you can be anywhere in the world. So we said let's tap into that because they train you everything as a startup, even how to manage your finance, because that's sometimes an issue. You're a business owner, but I've visited a business that they've been in business for a very long time, was managed by someone for 30 years, but sometimes you take, because you have somebody hired full time in that, and you're not even, you don't really know the asymmetries to manage, to oversee someone in the finance, and things can go really bad. So the whole incubation will teach you all of that, and at the end of the day, connect you to capital investment and angel investors. So you can tap into Jamaica, and we hope that we can one day, which we tried already, but we hope to bring back to actually have angel investors in Belize, whereby our businesses can get access to that capital.
That's good to hear. And for context, blended finance facilities, like what Ms. Katusa and Ms. Osha mentioned, are facilities where part of the loan amount is given through a grant, via a grant. So essentially, entrepreneurs can access often capital at a lower interest rate because the risk here is being shared between the finance service provider, a bank, and a grant-making organization such as the IDB or the GCF, etc. Ms. Thompson, in terms of you bring up CARICOM, I feel that's I believe last year it became a bit of an issue where there was some talk about what has CARICOM done for us. CARICOM is important for us as a country, I believe. What are some of the linkages from the academic perspective? I'm a UA alma mater, so I know about the importance of UA in CARICOM and the Caribbean. What are some of the ways or connections that UB is making with the Caribbean or the international arena at large to kind of, attract the knowledge that we need to kind of develop and help our students? Because really, there's no need to reinvent the wheel, right? People have done things before that we can just simply learn from. Any idea there on the linkages that the UB has?
Are we referring to financial inclusion or
just general partnerships that support education in general?
We partner with UWI and those CSME, I think, in terms of research, and we collaborate with them. We also network, like, for example, the Banking and Finance Institute that was recently launched, it was with the university in South Florida.
Okay.
And we also have where students could achieve programs in Canada and Spain and other parts of the world. And we also have scholarships where they go to a lot of our students are in Taiwan, and we hear about Taiwan, and students in making all these products. And it just develop your skills. Some of them they're short programs, and then they're also clothing programs. So we do worldwide. We are all Belizean students, and it's actually accredited in that for our degree, like for example, I did my BBA in South Florida. I was able to provide my credits to here, and a lot of the other students, they accept our degree. So we do work.
That's great to hear. And another question, we've heard from entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs that have often day jobs, they have responsibilities at home, taking care of relatives, taking care of children. What is UB doing, for example, to accommodate? We saw COVID, all of a sudden we could suddenly do remote learning, which was pretty rare in Belize before COVID. What is UB doing to support the entrepreneurs that might have a 9-to-5, running a business, and want to advance their professional career through maybe a course that is offered at night or remotely?
We do that every day. But the programs that we offer here online, and before COVID, students were not interested in the online. It's very amazing. But students literally that COVID just made that turn, and they just want online classes. So it is we cater full-time and part-time students. They're able to study online, and also for working people, our faculty of management social sciences, most of our programs are in the evening, 5:30 to 9. Some of the programs we have a public sector management program that is like 7 to 9 in the night in the evenings. On weekends they're able to study, and also the full-time, part-time students will also study in the evening, so they can work work part-time and also study. If you have a family, you can also study. There is no limitation now, like, you know, if you're in children. So we do, like, we're just like any other universities outside of the dealing with students.
Yeah, great to hear. We have a pretty robust educational system. We have BLN, we have UB. We have here St. John's going to offer bachelor level courses in the near future. So that looks bright. Ms. Mantwini, I guess before we close off, you know, we've heard this morning, we hear about, and since yesterday, the lack of execution. So there's frustration among entrepreneurs, there's frustration among financial service providers and even service providers in general, that we often have all these pretty policies and we fail to execute. What are some of the ways, or what are some of the obstacles that you have faced working in the public service that leads to this kind of this high incidence of you know, or this lack of execution, and what are the ways that we're doing, what are the things that we are doing as a country to kind of address this so that we start implementing, we start executing, whether it be a public infrastructure program that's under the purview of the ministry or anything else that the government wants to take on?
Coordination programs.
Yeah, sums it up, yeah.
One of the issues I think we have is sometimes we're doing too many things. We have a problem that we call absorption capacity. We have a lot of projects, we have a lot of financing that we want to attract. We don't necessarily have the resources to implement financing to execute the project. With the funding agencies or development partners, what they require is that we establish an executing unit. As it relates to a project, we establish an executing unit. So we'll have the project manager, we need a social specialist that's there, environmental specialist is there. Whatever capacity is integral to the implementation of that project, the funding agency will require that expertise be present. Challenge we have with that sometimes is the availability of that expertise within the country. For example, we've been having issues with procurement officers. So while the funding agency or the loan, whatever financing we attract, would cover the cost of implementation, sometimes we can't access quickly the expertise that we need. Other reasons for, I think the biggest ones would be the level of resources that we have. Even though we're a unit, we agree that we need more personnel. It might also be a need to just review the work of the ministry and rationalize our activities, and like you said, across government. But a big issue to me is the level of resources that we have available to implement.
Definitely, I'm glad you bring up absorption. It reminds me of something, duplication of efforts. That happens a lot in Belize. I remember when we were working with Beltrade in the socioeconomic impact assessment following COVID-19. At the same time we were administering the survey, SIB launched pretty much the same exact survey. We said, but you know why there's no need for two surveys. We actually double, reaching out to people twice, and we heard this morning people filling out surveys and they get twice, right? They get from SIB and they get from PPF. That is certainly a challenge. In terms of that, Ms. Sasha, to close, what can we do, or what is Beltrade doing to kind of minimize the duplication of efforts, work together so that we all know what role we're playing in the ecosystem, and that we all come together to kind of leverage each other's strengths?
I think from what we've heard, a limitation for a lot of organizations is staffing. And so from our standpoint at Beltrade, we look at the synergies that's available with shared partnerships. So for example, the Chamber has excellent membership and they have a track record. So what we do is we partner with other agencies that have a shared interest in MSME development, and it's through that partnership we're able to leverage and capitalize on resources, we're able to mobilize efforts, and we can have partners that have a similar drive, interest as us. So for example, a couple of years back, what we did was through the different municipalities, because municipalities play an integral role when it comes to business development within that space. And so what we looked at doing, and Samson mentioned this earlier, is building the capacity of other stakeholders. And so for us at Beltrade, we have a keen interest in sharing. So where the duplication of effort, may pose a challenge, we see it as an opportunity to dialogue with our stakeholders, come to the table and say, well, you know what, share with us what your goal is. And that's an approach we've taken with the financial institutions in particular, working with their loan officers. We let them know, okay, if you're working with us, we have this specific target, these key performance indicators that we go after on a yearly basis. How does your environment function? What's the dynamics? What are opportunities for us to synergize, to look at, in some instances, we do have where a specific client pool or a referral system is developed, and instead of us going out actively looking for these clients, you have somebody that's mobilizing, and then Beltray comes in to look at delivering, whether it's training, support that's being organized and offered, or even advisory services. So for us, it's from the standpoint of we have a shared interest, and how is it that we can pool resources? And I think that's something that's very important. The execution part is important. I think it's also important for us to not just take full ownership of everything, because that creates an environment that's hostile, and we want it to be something that we have organic support that's out there in the market, and that organic support also has, the championing of the business support organization. And I think that's our approach with being an active member in the ecosystem, because Beltray alone can't do it. We rely heavily on our partners. We appreciate the working relationship, and for us, we continuously want to nurture the working relationship that we form.
No, I agree, and that's great. That's exactly what we have to do. We've heard from entrepreneurs and we've heard from providers this morning. Now we're hearing from people that are directly involved in policy, the Chamber of Commerce, UB, Beltray, Ministry of Economic Development, all the instrumental stakeholders in developing policies that could move us forward. Mr. Alegria mentioned yesterday Horizon 2030, our medium-term development strategy. These are important strategies that aren't developed in a vacuum, right? It's through consultation with key players and stakeholders that you see here on this panel. So thank you so much. A round of applause, please, everyone, for the panelists. I did need to point out how this again composed entirely of women, all holding senior and executive positions across the country, just like our panel this morning. Thank you so much. Do we have any questions for the panelists? Just a reminder that these sessions will be posted on the website, hopefully by the end of the day, along with the slides, so you guys can review them yourselves. We do have the bios of all the panelists on the website, and if you guys don't mind, just like the panel this morning, we think it's important that we maybe keep lines of communication open between you guys and the audience, especially entrepreneurs that maybe haven't connected with the SBDC, any support that they might want to hear from the government, from academia, or from the chamber, potentially the chamber members, right, with the benefits that can come with that. Thank you guys so much.